Good morning, drafts world. I am pleased to welcome you during the next day of international tournament Riga Open 2022, the tournament of World Cup. Today we have the fifth round of the tournament, so it means that after this round will be just after the halfway to know the winners of World Cup Riga Open 2022 tournament. And I think that according to the fact that today we're gonna play only one round, there will be maximum energy, maximum potential put onto the boards. And so it is about emotions that will happen. Players are shaking their hands, the clocks are starting to run, and we have the first moves. So Rule Boomstra against Michiel Veistra, not on the first board but on the second one, plays 32-28. Meanwhile, Natalia Sadowska on the first women's board, playing against Wiktoria Motriczko, is starting with 34-29, and Wiktoria responds with 17-22, but Natalia is not going to the color system but is playing 32-28. I believe Natalia's favorite opening and almost only played is 34-29. Who is watching right now? Let me know on the chat in the comment section. Today I will be streaming and commenting alone, so if you want to join me in conversation, just feel free to write. I am reading comments on two YouTube channels, which are FMJD channel and warcaby YouTube channel, and as well today we started to stream on Twitch. I changed the channel name because I will use Twitch mostly to stream in English, from warcaby TV to Checkers Television. So Checkers Television is the name of the channel on the Twitch that will be used to stream in English. Martyna, good morning everyone that is watching our stream. I hope that numbers will grow. Today we have to focus on this 1/5 morning round because this is the only round of the day. And what we could see yesterday was that in the morning round much more energy did players have, so it was translated to much more interesting games. As the games have started at 8:30, it means that in 3 hours from now the time control will be in the games and will be following how many moves are made. Let me remind you, the time control is 90 minutes per 45 moves without any increment. You have to just make that much moves before the time will run out, otherwise you will just simply lose a game. Let me show you maybe at first some results. And how are the things going in the tournament table? About results, what we can say, what we can do. Maybe let's start with the men's tournament, which looks like that. Final standings after 4 rounds of the tournament. The first place actually belongs to Cass Tyson, who has scored 7 out of 8 possible points, making a draw in the last round against Artyom Ivanov and winning 3 previous ones. And Jan Groenendijk is another Dutch player who joined him with 7 points after victory over Ron Heusdens yesterday afternoon. They are leading and they are playing each other, and that was the reason why Rule Boomstra tournament's number 1, the current world champion, is not playing anymore on the board number 1. What do we have after? Ivanov, Artyom, Wouter Sipma, Rule Boomstra, Martin van Eisendorn, Michiel Veistra, Guntar Spurwinsch, Guntis Valneris, Hein Meyer, Igor Kirsner, Itze Slump and Yuri Anikiev. Those are the players, 11 players having 6 points out of 8 possible, including Igor Kirzner, who lost on time to Kes Tyson. That was the surprising result of this game, but as we remember, possibly he forgot that he does not have an increment on clock and left himself just 14 seconds to make 15 moves, or 15 seconds to make 14 moves. That was just impossible. But after losing a game, he won another one and have now 6 out of 8 points. For Polish viewers, what is interesting, Łukasz Kosobucki is on 70th place right now, having 5 out of 8, and Anastas Leclerc 50% of the points, losing last game against Guntis Valneris. What we are analyzing here, Anastas has some fans here on Polish streams, and especially Marta Bańkowska, who is wishing that Anastas will win this tournament, but chances for that, unfortunately for her, decreased after last day. Taking a look at the final standings of women's tournament, here is what we have. After 4 out of 9 rounds of the tournament, Natalia Sadowska and Olga Baltarze are two with the 6 points and the best Solkov right now, 16 points of Solkov and 6 of tournament points. And other two girls with 6 tournament points are Ukrainians, as well as Olga Baltarze, Makarenkova Julia and Motrichko Victoria. And the last one is facing Natalia today. This duel between Natalia and Victoria definitely will be one of the most interesting in women's tournament. Last day I have received a donation from MDo with the comment, "Great stream and tournament, keep up the great work." Thank you very much, MDo, for this donation. So as you can see, the donation fund for Ukraine is now up to nearly 5% of the total target that we set up. I wish that you can remember that during the whole competition we are just collecting money for Ukraine. 100% money that you will donate during those broadcast transmissions will go directly for the Ukraine. Unfortunately, we know what is happening in this beautiful country, the war, which is act of aggression of Russia, and we are glad to support Ukrainians and the fight for the freedom, for liberty, and we are glad having here Ukrainian sportsmen like, of course, women's Victoria Motrichko, Olga Baltarze, Julia Makarenkova, or men's like Yuri Anikeyev, Artyom Ivanov, Igor Kirzner, Yuri Bobkov, and others. Karol Cichocki, cześć, siemaneczko, hello, Polish champion visited us on the tournament chat, nice to see you. And we can start to look at games, I believe, because everything what I wanted to mention before we start has been said. This day I started a public study on lead drafts, so everyone who would like to just join, see the games on lead drafts, you are free to do it. I hope that you won't have any possibilities of moving pieces instead of me, but because I've never done it public, but if you just want to copy the games, see, analyze after I am putting games into the lead drafts, feel free to do it. Refreshing games and going one after another. What do we have? Game between Jan Groenendijk and Kes Tyson is the first one that we are going to look, but only 3 moves were made, and now Kes Tyson is thinking of the line that he will play in the game. Okay, right now he chose to attack 21-26. We have seen before, for example, in game against Kirzner, that Kes Tyson is the one who likes to think in the opening part of the game. and immediately Jan takes 4 attempts with this exchange in the third move of the game. How to count how many attempts we'll have after an exchange? Just simply by counting the row. As we can see, this 26 piece is standing in a 6th row of black pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if this one is in a 6th row, let's count the one that is standing in the white's position. This one is standing in a 2nd row. And as a result of this exchange, 2 pieces are vanishing from the board. This one and this one and this one moves to another square, but on the same line. So it means that if we remove 6th row piece and 2nd row piece from black position, from white's position, we can do a simple math, just counting the difference between 6th and the 2nd row. 6 minus 2 is 4. So it means that 6 attempts for black's position is vanishing and 2 attempts from white's position is vanishing, and the result is 4. So white just gathered 4 attempts with this exchange forward. Looking further, what do we have here? Board number 2 is the game between Rul Boomstra and Michiel Weistra. Feel free to type down on the chat wherever you can. We can talk about everything today. Why am I missing Victoria's heart rate? I don't know. Maybe it will show up sometime, because I see that she is wearing, okay, it is right now. 55 of heart rate. Will comment it just after I will upload and update the games. The game between Rul Boomstra started with 32-28 and Michiel Weistra answered with an exchange on the main diagonal. Some says that this is the best way to open in international drafts, because immediately you can develop your long wing, which is much more difficult to develop in international drafts than, for example, in 64 square drafts, because there the short wing is more difficult to develop. This game is already on, and another one that we can take a look at is Martin van Eijzendoorn against Gunther Spurwinch. Gunthers is maybe a little bit surprise in a good way for the local fans, because Latvian has not been defeated yet. He played a draw against Guntis Valneris, and in last game he played a draw against Itse Slump, as I remember it correctly. So right now, playing against another one of the favorites of the tournament, Martin van Eijzendoorn, he is just performing well in this competition. Martin started with 32-28. Gunthers answered with an attack 18-22, and Martin covered the gap with the piece number 38. Of course, for the beginners of draft sports, we can mention that you cannot go this way from 39 to 33, because it's the way to lose in a second move, because of the novice cap. In drafts, we call the similar schemes and patterns of making combinations shots as coups. Coups are the names of combinations. And combination is a tactical way of using the draft's rules. If you are playing the game that have the rules like taking, capturing is compulsory, then you can use those rules for your own benefits. And to do it, you have to sometimes give away your pieces. It's nothing bad with giving pieces away, because many times you will be able to gain with it. In this position, the right move is to sacrifice 22-27, and no matter how white pieces will collect black pieces, the end of this story is the putting the white piece on this square on 22. And now you can see that this one standing on 17 could simply jump over white pieces using this gap on 39. But there is one piece that is disturbing us, and this is this one, this 28. You can just simply remove it with a move 1923. And after this removal, your capturing possibility is just safe and sound. After collecting those two pieces, taking another one, there are two more pieces for black, and they are favored to win the game. Of course, the goal of the drafts game is to collect all your opponent's pieces, so once you have two more, you are absolutely favored to win. So after this move of Martin, Gunter's played 12-18 and Martin plays 31-26. Kinda style of opening that I like to play. Other moves already have been made: 7-12, 37-31, 1-7 and 42-38. Of course, now Gunter has to choose some plan. Simply after exchanging here, there is a possibility of locking opponent with a fork lock. Fork lock is this formation of four pieces standing on the edge of the board. Of course, the fork lock is better if you don't have any pieces on the main diagonal. Meanwhile, white have two pieces standing on 46 and 41. The truth is that against solid, strong players, it's almost impossible to have a chance, to have an occasion to put a fork lock that is that strong without any pieces on the main diagonal. Many times in many books we have seen the name of this fork lock with two pieces on the main diagonal called Seybrandt's fork lock. Seybrandt's is a living legend, ex-world champion from the Netherlands who likes and liked to play that way. Of course, Martin is a Dutch player. I believe that he would like to go with this game to the Seybrandt's fork lock to try to strategically win over his opponent. After all, sometimes even if you choose to play the plan that is not so obviously better for you, you create some chances to win a game. We could have seen such solutions in Guntis Valneris, the Latvian Grandmaster games, where he decided to put the game to the fork lock position with this four pieces lock, having not two but even three pieces on the main diagonal behind the fork lock. Very interesting plan to choose. Maybe he would not decide to win that way, to play that way against stronger players, but once he just wanted to create some chances, he just decided to play that way. Fork lock is also the kind of position with many different combinations. One of the simple rules about fork lock means that you just don't want your opponent to move any of those pieces, because locking means disturbing those pieces in development. Simply the easiest move to try to develop and break the lock would be changing to 28, but you can't do it because of this column 36, 31, 27. This column can be used for a simply 1-4-2 combination. And once you can go here, of course you can't go here and as well here, because you are just giving two pieces away. There you give one piece away, and you can't go even 13 and 19 because of another simple shot, sacrificing one piece and another to collect three, once again in a similar way to novice coup with one position. So if this game is going to end with a fork lock position, maybe we'll see what Gunters will decide to play. It's his decision right now, and we are waiting for the next line. Another game is between a Latvian grandmaster mentioned by me before, Guntis Valneris and Yuri Anikiev, and they played this opening a little bit faster. We have, as we call it in Poland, the French opening, kind of sharp, that comes with going to the outpost just after, just in a second move to this 24 square. So this is absolutely active idea to play. What is going on further? Let's take a look. In this position, you can be, you have to be really careful about going to this square 24. After all, this is the piece that can be attacked on many ways, mostly to the field square number 19. And every time you go to such a place on a board, you have to count how many times this piece can be attacked by your opponent. And in this situation, you can see that 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces can go here to the square number 19. And on the other hand, if we have the attackers, we need to have the defenders. So we are looking for pieces that are able to go here to the square number 35 to simply defend this piece. And like you can see, we have only 3 defenders, 1 more attacker than defender. In normal circumstances, that could be translated to the fact that the piece will be lost just after attacking. But there are more different possibilities and ways of defending the piece. Of course, Guntis Valneris knows it well, and he knows that he will not lose this piece in the beginning of the game. This is the move played by Yuri Anikiev, and we're waiting for the continuation from Guntis, or maybe I will refresh. Okay. Guntis is thinking right now, about 10 minutes, both used on the opening so far. Going further, we have on the 5th board duel between Dutch players. Not the first one, not the last one. I assume that during this tournament we'll have some more duels between players from Netherlands. Let me check if checkers is going well. Do I have the Twitch installed on my phone, or do I not? Twitch. Maybe I don't have it right now. So I will check it just on the website. Okay. Checkers television. Okay, it's working online. Great. We are live on Twitch as well. So everything is going absolutely perfectly. You can find us everywhere in the most popular social media. We are on YouTube channel of FMJD, which is called FMJD channel. We are on the YouTube channel Warcaby, which is my one, and you can find us on Facebook pages, 3 actually, which are FMJD fan page, Latvian Drafts Federation fan page, and the group Riga Open International Tournament as well, and today Twitch joined the medal. Next game to see will be the Dutch duel, like I said before, and it went like this. It's a slump playing with white pieces, started with 33, 28, and those are the next moves. So it looks like maybe Wouter is gonna try to play the surrounding game against Itze. That would mean quite an interesting game, but now going from 15 to 24 means maybe that Wouter, having already 2 attempts less than his opponent, will try to keep it in classic position, but now changes forward, and it is black who is having 2 attempts more right now. But of course, possibly some changes are going to be made on the right side of things in this game. Anyway, interesting, because already it's agreed to have a problem with developing the left wing, the left long wing. Personally, I don't like to play that way, but sometimes the things that are your weaknesses can be your strong points of the position, but to play that, to use that, you have to be a really good performer of drafts strategy. Another game that I have prepared here on Lead Drafts is the game between Artyom Ivanov and Chaim Meyer. So it's Ukrainian judge duel, and the same opening as we could have seen in a game of Guntis Valneris playing against Yuri Anikеев. Now players change the way that they are playing, and this is the position. Quite sharp one from Artyom Ivanov, and Chaim Meyer is just patient. And patience is over. He is changing the piece of Artyom Ivanov. Of course, Artyom plays really smart, leaving here those 2 pieces 29-24. In normal circumstances, you would like to have columns, you would like to build structures. So after making those 2 squares occupied by your pieces, you would like to add additional one, extra one, to make a column, but he just leaves the square 33 and plays 32-28. And to win a game, of course, you need to give a chance of making a mistake to your opponent. What Artyom has done just now. If black pieces would play 17-21, they would lose a piece already in the move number 5. How that would happen? With a simple majority capture rule combination, because Artyom would make a use of this gap on 33 and would give 2 pieces away, 24-20, forcing his opponent to capture 2 pieces, and in favor of one piece would be after taking 3 of opponent's pieces. But after this exchange, Chaim Meyer has made the position looks like a column one, but maybe it's something that promises interesting play in this competition, in this game, in this round. Let's take a look how girls are going in this round. Natalia Sadowska, Wiktoria Motryczko. Of course, this is the game that probably is the most interesting game for the Polish viewers that are watching the stream, that are watching the competition. Natalia Sadowska started with 34-29, as we have mentioned before, and the next moves were like this. Here, calm women's way to play opening of the game, something that we have seen many times. Of course, this is Amsterdam game, as I remember well from other openings. We can just move to this position. Here are the next moves, and Natalia goes to the edge, just trying to disturb in developing the long wing, and exchanges after 2-8, 31-27, really well-known position, and now is building 3 pieces on the edge. And game looks like it's going to be played in a classic position. Classic position is the both sides lock in the middle part and the mirror parts of the board, having pieces from one side here and from the other side here, and this is something that limits players in the same area of the board. So it means that you need an additional space to play moves, because of course playing moves is compulsory in drafts. So this is almost the only kind of position when you want to be a little bit back and not to force and exchange pieces forward, but maybe exchange back and force your opponent to exchange forward, because once you have more temps in classic positions, then you are not the favorite one, because there is a risk that the moves will run out. Looking at the watch, measuring heart rate and stress level, we can comment it that way. Girls are calm. Natalia is having about 70 heart rate and Victoria about 80 heart rate, and stress level for Natalia it's only 15%, and for Victoria is about 50, so maybe she is just a little bit more stressed than Natalia, but it's nothing much, it's not a big value. Natalia played 41-36 in this position, so the game is going kinda calm, but still many things possibly can happen. I'm really curious about how the games will go, and taking into my account the fact that this is the only round of this day. So I don't know if players are rested enough after the night, if they have slept well, but after this round they will have the entire afternoon for just resting for half of a day. And tomorrow we'll have the last day of the of 2 rounds of playing, because it can be absolutely exhausting playing 2 rounds during one day, and then on Friday and Saturday and Sunday, on Friday and Saturday we'll have just 1 round to play. So today we have the 5th round, tomorrow we'll have the 6th and the 7th round, and then the last 2 days of 1 round, which means Friday round number 8 and Saturday round number 9, the last one, and the closing ceremony in the early afternoon. And what is about to happen then is of course the World Blitz Championship. So on Sunday from about 10 o'clock we'll be starting to play World Championship Blitz. A lot of interesting games are going to happen, absolutely. Once you have the shorter time on your clock, the more mistakes are to be made, the more interesting and more roller coaster games are we about to see. Many videos from last Blitz, World Blitz Championship I have uploaded to my channel warcaby on YouTube. Many games, more than 10 already I guess, so you can watch how the games were. For example, game like Burzyński versus Boomstra was really interesting, because Burzyński started a game of Blitz against Rul Boomstra, who was not the world champion at that time, but about to play the world champion match against Aleksander Schwarzman. Burzyński started 32-27, which is not a common way of playing against world champion especially, but after then Burzyński could win this game with a combination, at first winning and then another combination to draw the game, which also Burzyński has missed, and finally Rul Boomstra won the game. This is something that you can see on warcaby channel. My dear viewers, who else is watching? Let me know, let me just write something on the chat, join me in conversation, in commenting. As always, you can predict the results of today's games. Tell me please what will be the result, especially of two games that are being played right now. Ruleboomstra against Mahil Veistra. Is the younger guy going to make a draw against more titled colleague from the Dutch team? Or Ruleboomstra is the favorite and is the one that will win this game? And the second prediction that I'm really curious about, how do you think it will go, is the duel between Natalia Sadowska and Wiktoria Motryczko. Is this going to be a draw? Is this going to be a win for some of those girls? Let me know in the comment section. Kuba Gazda says that it's going to be a draw. A draw. Kuba Gazda, you mean the game between Ruleboomstra and Mahil Veistra or some other game, or Natalia's game? I witam Kubunie bardzo serdecznie. Dwa słowa po polsku, jakby ktokolwiek chciał tutaj po polsku się udzielić, to oczywiście bardzo proszę. Mam nadzieję, że anglojęzyczni widzowie nie będą mieli nam tego za złe, ale przypominając, oczywiście kręgosłup naszej transmisji jest anglojęzyczny. If anyone wants to say, write something in other language, feel free to do it according to the fact that I'm Polish and we have many Polish viewers. From time to time I will just use the Polish sentence to answer Polish viewers. Natalia's one. Kuba is predicting draw in Natalia's game against Wiktoria Motryczko. We have to admit the fact that Wiktoria Motryczko is not an easy one for Natalia, and she's having the better balance of the games between those two players. Wiktoria has beaten Natalia a few times more than in opposite way. We've had another move played, 13-18 here. The weakness of Wiktoria maybe will be the piece standing on 5. Maybe despite this move, I would consider some other plan, because the easier way to develop this 5 could be maybe to make an exchange, but Wiktoria possibly just did not want any other temps in this classic position, because after Natalia would attack, there is a necessity of defend once again, and those are totally 8 temps gathered in position that you don't want that many temps. So that's possibly the reason why Wiktoria Motryczko has chosen to play here 13-18. But what will be the continuation? Perhaps 9-13, 4-9, and there is only one way to develop this 5 piece, to put it on 20. So maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 moves for Wiktoria is her plan to do. Of course, every time you play the drafts game, you need a plan to play, because we divide the game into strategy and a tactic. And tactic means making combinations, making shots, using the rules of the game or to win immediately. For example, if capturing is compulsory, give 1, 2 or 3 pieces away and collect more, the easiest way of winning. Another one is collect pieces, not to have it more of these pieces, but to, for example, break through, to get to a king first. There are variations of the game that in which the king is not so valuable as here in international drafts. For example, in American checkers, the king can move only by 1 square, forward and backwards, and can take the same away, only by 1 square. Meanwhile, in international drafts, the king is going through all the diagonal squares that it is on. So it means that king in international drafts is just comes with bigger value of few pieces, and sometimes it's even worth to sacrifice 3 pieces and go to a king and win a game. It is possible in many different positions. Of course, we cannot say what is the exact value of the king, because it depends on the position. It depends what is the set of pieces of opponent and what is the place that king is taking, because sometimes king can be blocked and you can simply just exchange it for one piece and then its value is low. But sometimes king can win over against even 5 pieces if the set of pieces is right for this king. If in this position Victoria would play that way, then on the other hand she would have some problems after going from 7 to 12 and moving from 5 to 20 with this piece number 4, and she would prefer to have this piece on the other wing to have the position balanced well. You have to put your pieces on the board in a balanced way, just not to forget about any area of the board. Here you can see from white side the left wing, which is called the long wing, the white's left wing, of course, and this is the white's wing, which is called the short one. And in the middle part we have the central part of the board. And taking a look and analyzing all the areas of the board, you have to put your pieces balanced and also observe if your opponent have the balanced position, because once your opponent will move many pieces from one side to another, maybe it's worthy to consider if attack of the wing can be successful way to win a game. We lost Victoria's heart rate values, but I think it will just come back once the connection with the watch will be restored. Let's go to other games. We have one more game, or maybe 2 even games of girls to follow. Julia Makarenkova, Olga Baltarzy was like that. The same as Natalia, the same as Victoria, the same as Natalia, the same as Victoria. Do we have the same game? Or maybe we have the copy? Oh no, they changed right now. So I know now the 2 different games are just not the same game on 2 different places. Again, this semi 4 o'clock. I was talking about 4 o'clock with having additional piece on 26 in Martin van Eisendorn game, but here you have the column 36 to 27 without this piece 26. So it's not the 4 o'clock, but it's semi 4 o'clock position. And once again, we don't want to have any pieces on the main diagonal, and right now Julia Makarenkova is having those 2. This is not the strongest 4 o'clock. It will be easy to play against it for Olga Baltarzy. She is not attacking right now. She is playing 13-19. And it is Julia who is making this change. That way another piece moved from one wing to another just to break it from the 4 o'clock position. So this is the game with attention, because Julia has played to this semi 4 o'clock. Of course, always she can break this position, but only by exchanging back safety, and that would be the passive way of playing. Once your opponent plays the passive way, you are just favored to push, attack, and try to scare your opponent with your attack, and finally this attack may succeed. And Julia will not do that, because maybe that would be just showing the opponent that, okay, I am afraid of your attack and I just want to pass at this moment. So she is just staying with this position in the semi 4 o'clock that is not that strong, maybe it's even weak, and Olga Bałtarzy is just playing sharp, just leaving it, just not doing anything with that, and her task is right now to take over the control over central squares. The most simple plan for black pieces. Let's take a look at another women's game. Okay, just let me update it. Julia Makarankowa made this exchange. This position is really nice. Just white pieces want to exchange pieces from the central parts of the board, the black pieces of the central parts of the board, and this exchange is the way to do it. I think this one will be interesting, so we can follow it. But as well interesting is the position in the next game between Daria Tkachenko and Nano. Because we've had this Rosenborg opening. She didn't accept the sharp game, the young Estonian player. It went like this. So you can see already that black pieces would like to have exchanges, but not the attacking position of white, which is happening because, of course, Daria is the one who wants to win this game, and she's starting to attack. Even though the black pieces are not going here immediately, they finally are on the square 25, and the position is sharp. Of course, there are many different plans. You can exchange this piece 24, but it's also maybe some kind of passive play, and you cannot play. Oh, sorry, because I forgot that there is no 23 piece, so absolutely you cannot give a piece away. And this position is, I guess, absolutely something that Daria Tkachenko desired, to have tension, to have sharp position, to have possibilities of some difficulties in this game. And Nano, even though she didn't want, you can obviously see in the first moves that she didn't want the positions like that. Finally she got one. Let's go back to the men's games. How are the things going there? We updated 9 different games, so we have something to analyze. Many moves made already in Groenendijk's and Tyson's game. After the moment when Jan Groenendijk has taken 4 attempts, it was like that. Here, going to the edge, yep, and another attempts, but back this time. This exchange of taking 2 attempts. So maybe he is the one who will try to attack anyway. Of course, there are people who say that there is no such thing as having too much attempts, and including them, there is Iwan Antonenko, who is coaching the Polish national team. In this case, maybe he would just go with the change forward. But meanwhile, you can see that already many pieces are missing on the left wing of white pieces, and you cannot make, for example, the column 48, 42, 37. There are other grandmasters who will say that this is the most vital, the most important column that you can build in the drafts game, and I guess it's even Guntis Valneris who says that. And without that column and having 8th move of the game, it maybe could be a little bit risky in the future, because many different flexible plans could black have just to break other structures on the left side of white and try to, for example, break through on this wing. We are waiting for the next decision of Kes Tyson, who is now having 1 hour left, and he has played 6-11. It's the move number 12, so it means that he used almost 30 minutes to make these 12 moves. And remember that you need to make 45 moves in 90 minutes. It means that he has 1 hour left for making 33 moves. I think that playing the opening, because it's impossible to win in the opening, should have been done faster. I guess that for the first 12-15 moves you could spend maximum about 10 minutes. That's the way how I would manage the time. Anyway, this is how I am playing, how I was playing, because I am not that active right now, because once it is difficult or almost impossible to win in the opening, just make a good preparation of the opening lines that you like and just play it fast and save the time for the middle game, even late middle game or the end game, where the results of games are being decided. Arno, good morning. I hope we have good games this round. Absolutely, I do hope so. I think that after yesterday and playing 2 rounds and the afternoon round, that was a little bit challenging for the players because of exhaustion. Now they can show absolutely full power because of one game, and they know that if they fail now, it's not soon that they will have the chance to revenge for the mistakes. So I hope everyone will try to win this game, and making a draw is not a way of playing in this tournament, especially today, of course. In the moment when we are crossing the halfway to go to finish the tournament, after this round there will be only 4 rounds left to play in this tournament. If you want to attack the first places, if you want to be in the best top higher places in this tournament, you have to start to attack now. Because if some from the front will win the game and you will not, then he will just have better opponents, better Solkov, and will be favored to be ahead of you. Arno, maybe you will predict some results of the games that we can see on the cameras. What will rule against Mahil Veistradu? As you are from Herhugovart, you know the Dutch arena of drafts, and maybe you know something more than I know about Mahil. Of course, Rul Boomstra is the current world champion. Many people knows many things about him, but maybe you know something more. Is Mahil Veistra the one who can try to stop the world champion, as already 2 people stopped Rul Boomstra and made a draw against him? Artyom Ivanov and previously, I forgot at this moment, who is the another person who made a draw against Rul. It was Martin, maybe? Martin van Eisendernen, I guess, yeah? Let me check it, because my memory is not maybe that good as I wished. Boomstra, Eisendern, yes. 2 draws yesterday. Once we are talking about Rul Boomstra, let's go to his game against Mahil, because there are some edge pieces that are bringing interesting things to the game. How was it played? Okay, it's also a theoretical line. Boomstra just covers the edge, forcing his opponent to break to the 27 piece. and go into the other wing. And after an attack, you have to be careful, always careful about those kind of attacks. He breaks the position another way, bringing it to the one with 2 edge pieces. After this exchange, 2 for 2, now white is standing on 16 and black is standing on 36. Of course, we cannot say that some of those pieces is better or worse, but Rule Boomstra definitely with this piece 36 may be favorites over young Mahil Veistra, because this piece comes with many tactical and strategical ideas. I think Rule and Jan will win today. For Jan, after beating Ron Housdance, beating Cass Tyson would be the best way to think of winning this tournament. And maybe, if I was the one to analyze this scenario and chances for Jan, I would say that possibly he is more practiced in playing this time control, which is still kinda new in World Cup tournaments, because he was the one playing in on December in World Cup tournament in Julinek in Poland, and after losing the first game to Agata Parachina, then he just was more experienced about time management. We know already that Jan is a player who likes to think and who likes to bring his clock on the last seconds to make the decisive moves, but he is doing that great. If we are talking about players who are good, if they have the luck, if they are under lack of time and under pressure, then Jan is one of the best of them, definitely. We could have seen that many times in live tournaments as well, in online games, on lead drafts, etc. And if he will be the one beating Cass Tyson, he will be, in my opinion, favorites to win this tournament, as he is a bit more experienced than other players about this time control. Mahil Veistra is thinking, searching. I guess that now we can say that having this position, looking plan, strategical long-term plan to play against Rule Boomstra, shows us that Mahil maybe could be a little bit afraid or just conscious about possibilities of Rule Boomstra, of calculating, of just moving pieces on the board. After all, playing against world champion definitely is not an easy one to do. Many people would say that this is the open kind of position and you could easily find a continuation, find a few moves and then think, but Mahil is thinking right now at this moment. The question is if this is the right thing to do, because after all, the time control is closer and closer with every minute. We are just now 1 hour, nearly 1 hour from the start of the tournament, and after next hour and 1 more hour, we'll have the time control till this moment. In 2 hours, they have to make 45 moves of the game. Are there any viewers, despite Arno and Kuba Gazda, who would like to say what are the predictions of today's games? Yesterday I was asking you about possible giveaways and making some competition for you. We can do that, we can arrange to do that, but I guess no one told me that you are willing to take part in one. We can make some small competition and just randomly pick a winner to send you some nice souvenirs from this tournament. At the end of this tournament, there is also a party to celebrate the 75th anniversary of FMJD, because it's 75 years already from the moment that World Drafts Federation was established. 75 years. I will show you, because I will have it just near me, the boards prepared especially for this event. Looks like that. Happy 75th anniversary. And you can see that the picture made the jump from the history to the future is as smooth as the king's move, and made the running minds never get tired of following the greatest visions, wishing more and more sharp and enthusiastic minds to join the growing FMJD family. And in Paris on September 17th, 1947, founding meeting of FIJD and later FMJD. Names of delegates seated from the right serve leave. Oh, I would have problems with spelling it because it's in French, but maybe from this distance you can see people on the photo. So I think that Roberts would not mind, for example, to give away you some of those boards, just to have the souvenir of this Riga Open 2022 tournament, as well as of 75 years of FMJD. Machiel is still thinking, searching his chances and possibilities. So let's go further. Martin van Eisendorn against Gunter Spurwinsch. So it's not the 4 o'clock that has been played, because Gunter's played 1823 and Martin just made an exchange, maybe bringing it to classic. 36-31, active, trying to be active with the piece that is not active on the edge side, and playing here 31-26. I would be honest that this is not the part of developing long wing that I like, because of many pieces on the main diagonal, lack on 47 and not having the piece on 25, but as after all, Martin van Eisendorn is a grandmaster, not me, so I think that he knows what he is doing. But maybe you have an idea what is the plan of Martin, how he would like to bring the game, to which kind of position. After all, Gunter's one was moving from the square number 4. He as well does not have this one, 47 and 4, and problems maybe with developing the long wing. Kasper van der Zak. Nice to see you, Kasper, on the chat. Rule will win and Jan will draw. Okay, so we have a bit different prediction of Kasper than Arno just sent us, because Arno was about to predict 2 wins of Jan and Rule. Even though I think right now Machiel's position is objectively better. Wow, interesting. Interesting, but maybe true because of some issues of Rule to get an active squares on the right side, and now having 35 as well is not maybe a good thing to have. They continued that way, 11-17 and 10 after 41-47, 8-12, and now this is move of Rule, and this piece standing on 35 might be some problem. Fiero Sanon, interessant. I guess that about some giveaway and possible win of those boards. You are interested? I hope so. Martin will win and now play 37-31. So idea is to play here, possibly yes, try to take control over 27. If someone would be just not feeling good about this move, there is always that possibility. 34-29. And if black takes here, you go to the center, you have nice two squares. There is no way of going here because of this winning a piece. Even that way, you always will take here. And white pieces will end up with one more. And if he does not play here, then after other moves you can just, for example, make 1 for 2. So this is the moment when black pieces would be forced to play something like here, and now the white's position is great. Because otherwise, after this move, if you take here, you lose a piece after 1 for 2, and this one is lost. So Kasper is right that that move is the best, and then you can easily take over 27, and you will push 41 to 47, 46 to 36, and then you will have just good developed position, and black will have some issues with the long wing side. Natalia will play a draw against Victoria, okay? 34-29, what we are explaining. So take a look at Natalia's game. We'll just come back to what men play in minutes. What has been played? Oh, many moves has been played. After last 13-19 from Victoria, Natalia went into the classics and exchanged from Victoria to break this lock in the middle part of the board and try to push on 27. Natalia does not care about that, and just after another push takes to the edge. Just didn't want it to go to the center one more time because of lack of the pieces on the left wing. Okay, this is the position now. Still maybe better if Natalia would do it and go to the classical position, and if Victoria will break it and go to the center, it might be slightly better for her. But the position is still kind of calm, and we have to wait more moves to see some action. Going back to gentlemen games. Martin, that's right, played 37-31, and Gunter's attacked 21-26. Still, Martin will go to 27, or maybe will cover 41-47 first. I don't think he's going to change that, because once he would change it, he would break the formation of the diamond here. And this formation might be really important for Martin. And now I know how precise he is in building and saving formations once he is planning to play strategically well. He's always playing strategically well. Going to game between Guntis Valneris and Yuri Anikеев. In this opening I didn't show you, but once you go here to the 24, there is an option to lose this piece quite fast after, for example, 18-23, and making a mistake here, 32-28. And possibly, as I remember, you already will win this piece. Why? Because you have 6 attacks and there are only 5 defenders. And just simply attack, go, attack, go, maybe even that way. Will it work? And now you have to go somehow here, and there are big troubles in saving this piece after those threats 13-19 and those threats. the best solution showed by scan is to sacrifice this piece that way and just try to somehow build this column and try to get it back. So if you have opening like this and you decided to play to 24, don't just exchange after move 18, 23 here, because it's definitely a mistake. In the game, actually, the continuation which was played looked like that. Yuri goes with additional attack and Guntis comes with defenders, and now 18 is being taken. And once there is a piece on the square number 18, you are not afraid about attack because you have additional way of defending it. You sacrifice the piece, then you give away another one and you take two pieces back. And after all, there is 1 and 2 edge pieces on black side, and the position is better for white. So now after playing 12-18, there is no point to attack this piece. And even if Yuri would continue to attack, there is a possibility of saving it, and 9-14 comes with this exchange. 1, 2, 4, 3, and you can see that long wing of black is almost empty, and you can move pieces and try to attack this side of the board. That's the reason why Yuri covered it with 12-18. After this move 7-12 was played, 41-17, 46, and Yuri attacked back, but in the other direction, and position just opened. It might seem as an attacking one for Guntis Valneris, but still this position is a calm one, open one, with many possible plans for both sides. And it's Yuri's decision after all if he will leave this piece 24 or try to somehow exchange it, but I think that in Grandmaster game we can expect some more tension, so maybe it won't be the simplifying buy and exchanges, but just playing something else. It's a slump against the voter Sipma. The position is getting more interesting. This is when we was last time. And I was talking about some possible problems of Itza with developing left wing, but he managed to do it well. How it was. After 44-40, let me take the play button and see the game. Okay, Voter is developing actually the long wing and now the short wing. And exchange forward to 29. Oh, not 29. To 30, pardon. And very interesting move of its sedan. Because after 12-18, he played 32-27. And let's take a look at possibilities. At first, after exchange here, what he could be afraid of. Exchange 20-25 or going 17-21 and actually having problems with developing those pieces, maybe. And after going here, what is important, black pieces did not decide to go here. Is there any combination or not? I don't think so. If the piece stands on some other square like 44, this from 49, you could just simply build a column having free tempo, because we have to keep on mind that after the black pieces will take one piece, you take another two pieces, and after taking back, the move is still on white. And you have the possibility of making some tactical ideas. But right now you can't prepare it. Of course, you can't play to 39 because two pieces will be captured, and no other moves like 32 or 31 works. And Walter did not go for that. He played 12-18, and now maybe he was not afraid of this attack 30-25. After all, this is the edge piece, and most of the times this piece is standing better on 30 than on 25. And after this attack, after just closing it, going to 4-9, Walter has completed the Krzyżow's Canyon. This is Krzyżow's Canon, the formation of those six pieces that makes that wing always can be developed, because after going to 34 you can use the combination or the exchange 20-30 or 24-29, pardon. But it has chosen something different, this move, 30-27, just to have the possibility of exchanging 27-22. If Walter would attack that way, I think Itze would go for the center. And now, without having those pieces, black pieces maybe would have some problems with that side of the board. So possibly also didn't want to play something like that, Walter, because he would lose a piece immediately after another attack. 2 for 2. Of course, the king will be killed in next move, but still one piece more for white pieces. So Walter plays here 1933. And there is an exchange first 3 for 3. 1, 2, and 3 for 3. And now after this change, I think that black pieces are getting a more passive position, because there are no problems for white. Of course, it's played 31-27, and this is the position that I really like and many players like, because you have two columns. You can make this exchange and get 4 temps whenever you want. You don't have to be hurry with that. Walter played 14-17. Actually, it's is making exchange already. It's his plan. Of course, he can play that. It's a good continuation. And now white pieces look more active. Another piece to put into the game, and after attack of Walter, he's taking 32-28 and already 3 central squares controlled by Itze. And I like the way Itze is playing this round in this position. He is standing a bit better in my opinion. I wonder if you share that, or do you have the different way of thinking of this game between Itze Slump and Walter Sipma? Let me know in the comment section, please. All right. What else do we have to follow? Already some exchanges made here. After this move, it says changing 2 for 2 back. That is the thing I don't understand. Maybe he just wants to secure that position, that he will not lose it, and not let Walter to take over any other squares to defend the position. Of course, It is possible that after something like that, voter could play 14-20 and maybe then exchange 20-24, like something like this. And with taking over 23, going to classic, once again, maybe his position would be even better if it would not break it. And now he would be forced to change it to 14. And position would be absolutely equal. And once it is taken to 4-2, now maybe he's just saving this piece 27 and stands a little bit better with more times and possibility of moving 45 into the game. Yuri Anikeyev, meanwhile, decided to exchange the outpost of Guntis Valneris. Here he played 70-21 and Guntis takes 2 temps, and as a response to that, Yuri changes to 19, and another possibility of exchange to come, or here and here, and involve pieces into the central parts of the game. So we could expect that we'll have some sharp games, but there are not many of them. Maybe the game between Ivanov and Heinmeier is looking for at now the more interesting. What has been played here? Exchange, Ivanov comes here. Yep, this move, exchange, another exchange. With some threats, and now just Heinmeier breaks the position, taking here and forcing Ivanov to have those 2 pieces, 27-29. Those are of course the central pieces, but we have spoken many times of not so well collaboration between them. And this is the position we have right now. Interesting one. Of course, there always can be some exchanges made that will simplify the position, but at this moment, this one I hope will be without any exchanges like 1924, and they will just try to make it sharp, because one more move and Ivanov will not be able to play here at 32-28. For example, if he plays here, maybe after this move already, okay, it will give the possibility of going out with 27-22, but still maybe some limitations from both sides will make it interesting. Let me remind you that during the entire tournament we are collecting money for the Ukrainian charity funds. 100% of your money donated on the link below the video in the description. Streamlabs/warcaby will be transferred to the Ukraine and Ukrainians. So let us show the big hearts of drafts community that is able to help, that is helping already on many areas, but there is always something more, a bit more that we can do for Ukrainians and collect the money for them. Interesting thing we can see in the Jans and Tyson game, I guess, because Jan played something instantly. Let's take a look at it. That is the position that we lastly saw, and how it was 44, 11, 50, 14, here, and here. And Jan immediately goes here, between the pieces. So maybe this is something that he just wanted in the game. What can now be played? I guess only exchange this way. And Jan will go here and take this exchange. Is this what is going to happen? Perhaps it's the forced line, but I guess there is nothing else to play. After all, I can't judge and say if this going into between the pieces 25-20 is a good solution or not. What hides behind it? If there are any other ways to exchange, I don't know. I hope that once we'll see what will Jan's plan be, we'll understand what is the point, the goal of this attack. Kes is thinking now, of course, maybe Jan is attacking that way to put time pressure on Kes. Right now he's having only 35 minutes left and there are only 16 moves played. So still 29 to go to the time control and half of the time is lost already for Kes Tyson. Let us remember that maybe he, despite the fact of playing the simple position, open position for now, he's thinking a lot, he's losing time, and maybe at some point more experienced player like Jan will make use of it and just beat Kes Tyson. I don't know what is the record between them in last games. Of course, Jan in ratings is a little bit at least higher class player than Kes Tyson, but still they are both GMIs, Grandmasters, that are ones of the best players in Netherlands. Kes Tyson is still a great player and not easy one to beat. Coming back to the topic of giveaways, would you like to have some prediction competition or some just task to do or something to interact more with the viewers and try to win something like this board? Okay, Kasper has some idea about changing of Jan, okay, and not rolling it in a good way. Happy 75th anniversary, FMJD. That is the board, so maybe some of you will get some. Just let me know in the comment section about that. Kasper says, if 23-30, 23-30, 23-30 and takes to 30, you mean 24-30, of course. Yeah, and 40-34. 15 takes. 34 takes. White may be a bit better because no piece on 35 and 24 misses connection to other pieces. Yep, that I think to say, that's right. Definitely you are right. As the result of this attack in 25-20, that way Jan would just get off the piece from the square number 35 from his position, and this piece 24 that normally limits the one standing on 35 could be a bit worse one. Still strong, still kind good, but a little bit worse one. That's a good explanation and really logical one, Kasper. Thank you very much for that. Only one move to make possibly for Kes Tyson, and still he is thinking over 3 minutes now. That was the added value of this move for Jan, I guess. Going to the game between Rul Boomstra and Mahil Veistra. Let's take a look. Oh, what is going on that Natalia is having 110 heart rate right now? She is not near the board, so maybe some good variations for Victoria that Natalia didn't follow. It's going to be an interesting game between ladies, by the way, as I see the position. But at first, okay, let's update what has happened in Machiels and Rules game. After last move, we have seen 8-12, Rule played 45, 5-10, 43-48, and 14-19. Not going to the outpost immediately, and here, and right now, 30-24. So now Rule is getting more active on the right wing, as we have to remember that this edge piece is limiting possibilities of white on the left side. And one of the plan, of course, is to search for some classic, but we need the control over 27. Sometimes playing against this piece, white pieces could have attacked the short wing, and sometimes they can attack the long wing or try to take over the central squares. But always we need to have some space to play. If you don't have the space to play, then you are the one to lose the game. And what has been played by Machiel, it was changing the piece 16, 7-11, and removing the piece from the square number 2. Okay, so this is interesting. Now he is rejecting to have this column 2, 8, 13 against piece standing on 24. So he will be just the one who surrounds Rule, and I guess that the pieces will stand something like that in Machiel's position. And in the game between Jan Groenendijk and Kees Thijssen, actually that exchange has happened, and then Thijssen played fast, finally, 13-19. And it means that move number 20 was made. We are halfway on the way to the time control, because already 1.5 hours of playing this round is behind us, and another 1 hour and 30 minutes to the time control. So in 90 minutes we know that players have to make 45 moves of those their games. 45 moves. It means Kees Thijssen has 41 minutes to make 25 moves of the game. Meanwhile Jan Groenendijk the same amount of moves and having 10 minutes more than his opponent. As I promised, we are going to the game between Natalia and Wiktoria Motriczko. Natalia, after going to 26, of course, wants to take over the 27 square. Going to 28 would not be a good idea because of this cooperation and collaboration of two pieces standing on 26 and 28, so much better option will be to take 27 and leave this piece looking kind of good on 41, because it can always defend on 36 if it will be necessary. And the game went like that, my dear viewers. (42-37). At first Natalia made a column, and after 9-13 she played 32-27 and is standing already on 27, the square that she definitely wanted, going to 36 now, and Victoria is on move. If something like that would happen with both those 4 clocks, we can say that always the one that is standing further is the one that is better. And right now Natalia's one starts in a 3rd row, and Victoria's one would start in a 2nd row. So Natalia's one would be better. And I think that position would start to be quite nice for Natalia because of limitations that Victoria has in her position, and the fact that piece 5 have no easy place to go, because going with it to 20 and locking the position would not be a good option. And what else to play? Maybe 4-9 and try to change 20, 4-29 and 14-20. Right now the heart rate of Natalia just calmed down from 110 to 84, 85, and the stress level of Natalia is absolutely down. You can see now that Natalia's stress is 3-6%, while Victoria's one is 66 or more. Maybe it's the moment when Victoria just can't find the good solution, the good plan, the good strategy to play against flexible position of Natalia. Natalia still leaving many pieces behind. In the case of classic position, will be favored to wait to see what her opponents will do. And I think this position starts to look really better for Natalia. Really better. Natalia plays wise, not putting the piece here on the square number 32, because, for example, if there were something played like 3-8 and of course the bad moves and 38-32, then Victoria could break the position and exchange here. Yeah, and now after another move, play just here and finally make other exchanges and fire to the center, to the square number 23, and leaving the way for this piece number 5. Natalia definitely does not want that, and the position looks good for the Polish player. (4-9) has been played by Victoria, and at this moment she has 35 minutes and 40 seconds left to make 22 moves of the game. Natalia is having 48 minutes to make the same 22 moves to the time control. All right. What else we can see and follow here? Jelizaveta Zacharowa playing against Valda Vasarieta and Latvian duo. It is looking like a draw. 2-4-6-7 against 2-4-6-7. Possibly, yeah. Mostly it will be a draw. Just a calm game. Let's get to the game between Nona Nano and Daria Tkachenko. And still seeing Daria's attack, how it developed through the game. Finally, Daria forced her opponent to try to play the sharp moves like this for 16-21, because otherwise she would have no place to go. And you have to find space on the other side of the board. 1-7, 46-41, going to 16, of course, it's playable, not to let, and there is a possibility of this exchange, but what is nice of young Estonian player is that she is not changing 2-4-2, so maybe she just accepted to play more sharp. And now we have double outposts here, and Daria exchanges, taking 4 temps here. And this is the position right now. Really interesting one with quite a few different plans. and a hole in the middle part of the board for Daria Tkachenko. Natalia is thinking. Let's go to the men's side of things. Oh, Guntis Valneris and Yuri Anikeyev. Guntis is looking for some interesting variations because after Yuri exchanged to 19, Guntis played here, wanting maybe to put aside pieces of Yuri, but Yuri just played here, and now we have a game with this piece 23, so the tension grows finally in this game. Meanwhile, the game between Itse Slump and Wouter Sigma is just looking as a draw that will be made soon. So possibly it was difficult to find a good continuation line. Maybe somehow they are just satisfied with a draw, one and the second one also. And they don't want to force themselves in the 5th round of the tournament, and will just wait for the next games and try to win against other players. After all, we've had just opened positions, so it was easy to make a lot of moves with not big calculations. And they used playing like that just to bring pieces closer to each other, and then of course you have the moments where schemes and patterns are not working anymore, and you have to just calculate which will be the best option to play. Let's refresh the games one after another. Jan Groenendijk, Kes Tyson. After exchange mates and going to 19, Jan played to 48-13, and now Jan is thinking, and now both players have equal time of 40 minutes. So no big changes here. Rule Boomstra, Mahil Weistra. Rule played to 28, of course making use of the fact that there is no piece standing at 8, and there is no possibility of exchange 17-22, and still your left wing is not a weak one, because always you can move even this 48 to the left side and make it almost impossible for black pieces to break through on this side of board. And just I think that Michiel's plan will be what I showed before, that he will just go with 6-21 and start to move other pieces to the right side from his side of the board, to move pieces here and attack the wing. And maybe the game will be like a breakthrough against breakthrough, and there he will be looking for a draw, but still a long time to go and many moves to make. Boomstra plays 39-33. And Michiel's time once again. 24 moves made here in this game between Boomstra and Michiel, and Boomstra has made the move number 39, so he has 21 and Michiel has 22 moves to make. And what is interesting, that Michiel is shorter on time. Rule has 51 minutes left and Michiel has only 26 minutes left, so it might be difficult for the younger one to manage the time well in this position, in this game. Van Eisendorn, Guntar Spurwinch, how the game was going from the attack 21-26. I guess that many moves already appeared on the board, and yeah, Martin covered the gap with this move, and what happened there? 7, 12, of course 46 moving, 11, 17, oh, not here, but taking 27 just after 21, and Martin exchange to 29, and let's to make another exchange to Guntar's, and he uses that option and goes 12 to 17. It might be an interesting one, because after all, I don't know if that was not the way for Martin van Eisendorn to weak this point on 27. He plays 41-36, because now after any attack 17-22, there will be no defenders on site, yeah? And somehow if Gunter's will come to 17, he can always try to push and attack on 22, and somehow even he can sacrifice a piece, like, let's say something like, of course you can't play here, but just showing you the idea, which I mean would be like here, 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 something like that. Sacrificing a piece here and then attacking. Of course, Martin knows well all those plans, and he will try to defend, maybe even to attack from it, but I don't like to play with this weak point 27, because now black will take this piece and the sacrifice before will be taken back later. And that's the position right now. Possibly preparing this attack with some move like this will be good for Guntar's. I don't know if Martin just feels comfortable in this position. Okay, Guntar's attacks immediately. It's understandable, of course. Yuri Anikeyev, after last move, still is waiting for Guntis to respond, and Guntis is having 22 moves still to make, and 28 minutes. 28 minutes to make 22 moves. Is it easy? Is it just piece of cake? I don't know. I don't know. Let's go to the game between Artyom Ivanov and Hein Meyer. Long time we've not been here. After last updated move of 52. More moves. Have to go back. Oh, there's something wrong. That was not the move played 50 to 44. The played move was 47-42 and then 14 to 20 and 33-28, and exchange forward from Hein Meyer. Okay, 39-33, 28-45 and 13-18. I guess I missed one. Okay. No, everything is okay. 9-13, 43-39. You can see how flexible drafts game is, because sometimes it requires just one or two moves to change between types of position or types of plans. And we've had something like semi-fork lock, we've had something like cooperation of those pieces on 29 and 27, and now we have classical position, and now the one who is controlling two edges might be slightly better one, but still the central position of white is a solid one, so it's interesting how it will go. Maybe somehow Artyom will be trying to break to 22, go 50-44, and then maybe 43-29. Maybe he will be trying to use this column here, or just push and push away this 24 piece on the left wing of black. After 14-19, is a slump against voters. You can just play it here, 49-43. So it looks like they are just stable with the position, with the time, and now slowly they can just look for the next moves to make, next variants to play, and try to find maybe something aggressive, maybe something that will put pressure on the opponent and somehow surprise him, because otherwise the game would end up in a draw quickly. Just after Jan Groenendijk has taken away a piece from 15, the piece of Kees Thijssen, he is going back there with this move 10-15 after Martin has played 39-34. I guess the idea is to play 9-14, 4-9 maybe, just not to weakness, just not to weak this piece 24 too much. So that is what Kees needs to be careful. But it is now Kees Thijssen who has the time advantage of 5 minutes over Jan Groenendijk. Jan is not playing fast that game, but which game he's playing fast. And now with having advantage, time advantage, Kees Thijssen maybe will be reminding himself the game between him and Igor Kirsner, who didn't manage to make all the moves, required moves on time, and lost on time. Jan Groenendijk plays 49-44. And this plan looks normal here. And what else? After something like this and this, you can always make an exchange. And exchanges are not something that Grandmaster want, but maybe this will be the game the way how the game will go. Because otherwise there are standing structures that you don't want to break, you don't want to move the piece number 1 to 6 because it's pointless to have this column that is working for nothing. Of course, once you are playing drafts, it's important to build structures and columns, but you have to build it that way that it will be strong and useful. To make a column that can make, for example, a strong exchange, to make other structure to set some combination or shot. It's not 9-14 that Kees plays. He is choosing 18-23. Rule Boomstra, Mahil Veistra. So Mahil played 17-21 and Rule 44-39, and still Veistra is missing and losing time. Now he is down to 20 minutes or even less, as I see on the camera. Yep, 18 minutes 40 seconds. Mahil, you have to play faster. You need to make still 21 moves, which won't be that easy against current world champion to be precise during that time. 17-22 was played in the game of Eisendorn, and he answered this way, 44-39, and exchange from Gunters. Latvian fans, you can be really proud of how Gunters plays, because in this game I guess that he will have no problems to at least draw this game, and it's Martin van Eisendorn who has to play well not to lose this game, because on many just not clear moves it would be possible for black pieces to break on the long wing, because white pieces are missing this one, very important, 47, and it makes the breakthrough on the wing looks possible. After something like this, of course, you don't want to go there immediately, because then Martin would change and he would take over 27, but you have to be just patient, just force and push this 6 to help those other pieces to break through, and see how simple the game for Gunter's will be and how difficult for Martin, because the precision is required on white side of things. Meanwhile, lack of 4 and having the pieces on 10 and 5 is kind of good for Gunter's, because there is no way that Martin will use some free tempo, because always after taking piece there is just taking back possibility. Let's get to Natalia's game. Let's get to Natalia's game. We lost measured values of Victoria's body, so we don't know what is the heart rate of her, and we don't know what is the stress level of Victoria, but we do know that Natalia's heart rate is 70-75 and her stress level is up to 20, so she's the calm girl in this position. Like we mentioned, this is Victoria who needs to play the good moves, not to lose all the space on the board, because after playing few moves that would not be suitable for the position, for the plan, it may affect the lack of moves, of good moves to play. That is how the classic games are played, and sometimes just small weaknesses at first glance, like the piece number 5 that has nowhere to go, may be the reason why you win or lose the game in classic position. For many people, classics are considered as the simple position, but after you go into it deeper and deeper, you start to know that they are very, very difficult locked position with many ideas, many calculations required, because sometimes not finding the only one line affects in losing the won or drawn game. How the time control looks like? Okay, it was nice for Natalia, but for many minutes that we have not come to this game, she didn't make any move, and right now it's Victoria 7 minutes in front of Natalia, and Victoria's having 35 minutes, Natalia 28 minutes. Absolutely, this is the position that might be the crucial key position for the future of the game, and Natalia is trying to find the best solution. But thinking that much, is it the good way? We'll see once we'll know the result. If Natalia would win this game, of course, we will say that that was the right moment to think. But if the scenario will be different, then it may come with problems, and it can come with different judgments. Grandmaster says that you have to count everything that you need to count and calculate in the position. There is no such thing like, okay, I have to save time and not play the best move that I'm 100% sure. You have to calculate, you have to follow the best line that you can find, and only then and only you are ready to make a move. Those are the words that I've heard from Jean-Marc Giafang during the first day of world title match between Natalia Sadowska and Tamara Tanzykurzyna, and I was, for example, the player who liked to put time pressure on opponents, and Grandmaster told me that this is not the way of playing. So if you can just adjust to words of Grandmaster, you can follow what Jean-Marc Giafang said me on the stream. Take your time, calculate everything, be just sure that you are choosing the best line it is possible. Let's take a look at Boomstra's and Machiel's game. Once Boomstra and Machiel made already some moves. 6-11, 50, 11-17, and Boomstra went further to the 23 square. And Machiel's response was to exchange 14-19. And once again, Boomstra is playing with taking over 28. So we can see how important this square is strategically, because he doesn't allow his opponent to play 17-22. Still and still, Machiel can be trying to surround. Already we can see the structure that I thought that will be the one that Machiel will be following, and he has put pieces on that way. And now question what further to play, because those pieces can be easily stopped. For example, if Boomstra will play something to 37, you can try to push other pieces like 18-22, but then maybe just an exchange for white will be good, because of one less piece to attack, one less piece engaged into attack of white, and just having control of the center, having more temps, because after all this exchange will give 2 temps for white. Something else chosen by Machiel, who played 4-9. Oh, and maybe the engine indicates that it was a mistake played by young Dutchman. Why? Because after this move, 28-23, there is no way to go further with those pieces. Only chance to get back with an exchange, which is passive way of defense in this position, is possible. So I think that Boomstra absolutely will play this move. Maybe 18-22 would be possible still. Okay, so difference in evaluating this move 4-9 was about just having this piece. If 4 is the one crucial and golden one to defend the long wing, with the possibilities of Boomstra's attack to the long wing, maybe this piece is the one to hold on its place, and computer at least would not like to move with it. My dear viewers, we are slowly going and getting to the time control moments. 1 hour from now, we will be watching the most important moments of the games, when players have to make 45 moves. Otherwise, even if you have absolutely winning position and you did not manage to do the final 45th move before the time control, you are losing the game. So emotions will grow, and as you can see, the drafts tournaments can be really emotional, really interesting, even for people who don't know how to play drafts. As we want to spread with all these great sports values of drafts, we need our help, and I will always request you to do some work, to buy a ticket, to watch a free online stream, and to do it, just leave a thumb up under the video where you are watching the video. You know how internet algorithms work, and we need your help to spread our content. Leave the thumb up, leave the subscription, leave the follow, or any other way to show your reaction. And if you can share this video on your social media so other people can find it, because spreading with drafts is possible only thanks your help. Commenting, liking, subscribing is necessary to see for the algorithm that you are liking it, that you are enjoying watching draft streams, and that's the only thing to have more content like this. Tell me please, would you like to have more tournaments commented and streamed from drafts tournament? Because soon FMJD will meet here and this thing will be discussed, and you know about live streaming, it's working like that, to stream, you need viewers, because it's not the point to stream for yourself. You need to stream for viewers. What viewers think is the most important. So let me know in the comment section if you want most tournaments to be streamed like this. Do you enjoy? Please write it down. Okay, game between Natalia and Victoria is finally being updated because what has been played by Natalia? Oh, change back there was. Natalia was searching and searching an option. Okay, Natalia decided to play 37-32. And I think she actually knew that Victoria will exchange back. The difference between this exchange and the exchange that I showed you before is that Victoria does not already have the piece 4 to play to 10. So after the exchange that Victoria made, there is no possibility of exchanging 1924. And still, this piece standing on 5 has no place to go, and it's not easy to develop it. Oh, you don't want to watch draft streams. No comments about that. Come on, guys. I'm disappointed that no one will comment it that you like and you would like to have more draft streams. It's disappointing, absolutely. After that exchange, Natalia plays quite fast, 15-44, so she is just waiting. She is just waiting for other pieces to join the battle. Of course, the trouble for Victoria will be to develop 6 piece and 5 piece as well, because, for example, playing 12-17 might not be a good option after all. And exchanging 17-21 will just give more control on this wing to Natalia, and 27 is just powerful. Marta, thank you very much. You are the only one saving my hopes. Martina, of course we want. We love them. Thank you very much. You are the next one that brings the joy to my heart. You have to react. You have to say so, because only thanks to viewers' reacts it will be possible to make more streams. And I do hope and I do believe in Robert's plans that streams from the World Cup and World Championship tournaments will be mandatory and maybe will be even provided by FMJD, because FMJD has to work on it, has to do something. During last year, nothing has happened about that. For example, tournaments like Turkish World Drafts Championship teams doesn't have any sense to just having games put after the rounds onto internet, because this is for 20, 30, 50 people maybe in the world, and we want to affect thousands of people. And to do it, we need streams, we need to explain it, we need to have a way of interaction to other people, to people who are watching the streams. Everyone now can ask me any question about the drafts games, only if I will be able to give you an answer, because I can't say what is the exact plan of Rule Boomstra, for example, because he is a greater, absolutely greater player than me. But simple things I can explain for everyone. And I believe that showing the simple things and explaining the way of playing and the way of finding plans, at least on a simple way, and telling you who has the better position, bigger chances to win or draw the game, or how to do it, and what the computer shows, it's the way how you can see that drafts are beautiful and understandable. And once it will be understandable for you, then you can just enjoy and entertain watching those kind of streams. It's all to affect people to play drafts. Arno, of course we want more streams. Not all tournaments have live games, so streaming will be then difficult. Of course, of course. Another step to make is just to provide electronic devices like live boards everywhere, much cheaper. Maybe it's not the way only to cooperate with DGT, because it's not possible to make the order of at least 50 live boards, because of course many federations would like to buy a few live boards, like 4 or 5, but then putting it all together and making an order of 100 or 50 that might just cost too much. But maybe there are some alternatives to prepare other technological ways of broadcasting live games, because you know, sometimes you can have just a camera on normal boards and it will be putting it into internet, and will be much cheaper with a good software, for example. Yeah, I don't think this is the only solution to have live boards online. And even if you will have some cameras from the boards, of course, even you can put it manually onto lead drafts and comment it. It's also possible. Once you are willing to do something, then it is possible, yeah? With willings, everything can happen. And if there are viewers that want, of course, to observe it and share it and comment, etc., etc. Everything can happen. Everything is possible. And nothing limits us, even if we don't have the resources to do it. If there are willings, we can do it. Game between Rulboomstra and Machiel Weistra continued just like we are expecting after the move for 9, 28, 23 has happened. 18-22, and next move was what of the rule? 42-37, yep. Like we're expecting, putting piece here on 37 is the way to stop attack on this wing, and this piece will be holding Weistra back from getting initiative on this wing. Marino Zorins, hi. It was nice to meet you in person on the playing area. Everyone who is from Latvia can join, can see the games, can meet other players, or me as well as the streamer. You are always invited, and come on and join and enjoy what is going on here in Riga in this beautiful tournament, because let me mention it once again and many times again, that the organization level here, provided by sponsors, provided by Robert's Misans, is an amazing one, and I guess that all the tournaments in the world could just follow how it is done here in Riga. It's something astonishing, it's amazing, and for example, you can just admire these great streams with cameras, with everything what is needed to be part of this event here. And once it will be the standard, once we'll start here and then join other competitions to that level of showing on the internet, I think that we have a bright future ahead of us, and I think you share what I am saying. What can be played now by Machiel? We have 48 minutes to the time control, and still many moves to make. Machiel is now thinking on his 30th move. So he has to make 16 moves in, let me refresh his clock, 9 minutes only, 9.5 minutes. 16 moves against Rulboomstra, current world champion, in worst position in 9 minutes and 30 seconds. I guess it puts Rule as an absolute favorite to win this game. Do you share my opinion? Do you think this is the way the game will be on? Or this is slight advantage, maybe too low advantage to win this game by Rule? I'm really curious of what do you think about this game. Let me see what is going on other boards. Let's check where do we have some interesting positions. And this one between Purvinj Guntars and Van Eisendorn Martin, going from surname, might be still very interesting. How it was played from the last that we have seen. After this exchange, Martin played 50-44, and Guntars answered with this exchange forward. Maybe it was a bit too quick to play that way, too fast decision, because then, like you see, Guntars was just pushed away back on this wing, and the attacking plans are just more difficult to be realized right now. But he's still trying, he's going still on to attack left wing of Martin. Still many pieces missing here, and possible attacks can bring him at least 1 point in this game. Rule seems to be winning this, so Maris Ozolins is saying the same as me. And what about other guys? How do you think this game will go between Martin and between Guntars Purvinj? It will be next good point against strong grandmaster for the Latvian player, who, let me remind you, played a draw against Guntis Valneris in the third round, and in the fourth round played a draw against Itse Slump. And now maybe it was theoretically even harder game for him against Martin van Eisendorn. Meanwhile, it's going really, really stable and safe and sound for Guntars Purvinj to not to lose against Martin van Eisendorn, great Dutch grandmaster. From time to time on the WarCaby channel you can see the pop-up, not the pop-up window, but the timer with the sentence sent by Nightbot. Of course it happens automatically with the link where you can donate money for Ukraine. I would be absolutely grateful if you mind to support Ukraine, because those numbers what are donated for Ukraine, and we've had yesterday 2 donations of 20 euros, for which I enormously thank you. This way we can show how strong, how beautiful is the drafts community, how you can unite. Of course, like I say, we unite many times for Ukrainians, and not only for them, but if there is any necessity, we can be together, we can work on common targets, common goals, and just show us once more how good are we, how big hearts do we have, and pay something, and 100% from this donation fund will be transferred to Ukraine. Organizers will tell you directly where the money did go. Maybe we will just agree for some place where the money will be sent. Thank you very much for all your support that you give already. Of course, support can be given on many other areas, not only the financial ones, but as well if you are leaving the thumbs up under the video, you share the likes, you share the videos, you comment the video. Of course, it's a big support, because then of course I am something to talk about with you, but as well the YouTube algorithm and other social media's algorithm work like that, that they promote the content that is likable by you, the viewers, and it's the way to spread our content. Maris says Guntars versus Martin likely to be a draw. Yes, I agree. Guntars is actually a very good player and very experienced. Honestly, I did not know this player before, but after those games I have seen already, I will remember him. I will have him on my mind, because he is performing really great during Riga Open 2022. What Robert Misans was saying, the motherland can help you. Absolutely, that's true. And I hope that for Latvian fans it will be possible to see how the motherland is helping to Guntis Valneris and Guntars Purvinš and others. Many moves made here in the game between Kees Thijssen and Jan Groenendijk. Jan Groenendijk is playing white pieces, and here we had an exchange. Okay, so what is the plan that Jan is playing right now? Now probably playing, yep, 49, 4-10, and exchanging now, 33-29. That capturing from 38-29 was the move number 29 for white pieces. So Jan Groenendijk has 16 moves to make and Kees Thijssen 17 moves to make, and time control looks like that. Jan is having now 18 minutes left, so it's a little bit more than 1 minute for move, and Kees Thijssen has 22 minutes left, so he has 4 minutes better time than Jan, but he has one more move to make. However, Guntar started with 100 and later switched to 64. Usually it happens the other way around. He is mainly playing 64 Russian version. Okay, so this is maybe the reason why I don't know him that well, because I'm not following the results of 64, especially Russian version, because Brazilian ones and international rules that are played mostly in Poland, other ones maybe that I can recognize thanks to Michał Janicki, Marcin Grzesiak, Polish, great players, multiple Polish champions, and Filip Kuczewski, who is doing well on international drafts board as well. Thanks to them, maybe I know something about 64 games. What has now rule done? Let's go to this game because something really interesting happened. I've just seen the move of rule's hand, and I have to comment it because Machiel played here and Boomstra plays engine move 23-19. Amazing one, and that move immediately causes problems to Machiel Weistra because Machiel is shaking negatively his head and he knows that he is in big troubles. Now he has to make 14 moves in already less than 4 minutes. And the position is not making it easy for him, because sometimes you might have a situation where you can have many exchanges of the pieces. And he is sacrificing the piece immediately. Okay, what would happen if he goes with something like, oh, yeah. If he would play some move like 3-8, then it was possible to just sacrifice a piece and go here, and now the king is forced to take, and it's not a first move to take to the king, because then this king would be free, but you take 39-28, and after you will take with the piece, now you take to a king, and that was the way of winning that game. So Machiel Weistra is like losing on forcing in this moment, but there was a chance to defend with this way. Once you will escape with this move 18-22, it is possible to just save yourself from losing a piece. But after going 19-13, you just go 27-32. White take 2 pieces and you go to 41. Maybe difficult endgame to play with advantage of white pieces, but still chances to play. Perhaps that could be better for Machiel, but having not much time on the clock, he didn't find the move. And after this move and attack 47-31, this move 18-22 would be played. Of course, I guess that the best option is to go here and 12-18, and now it does not work to enter here because after going away 9-13, you can't go this way because of 1-4-2. And sometimes column can work also from behind, like in this situation, and this move 18-23. Very interesting variation. And now, what could have been played? Computer shows that maybe this move is the best, and as well going this variation, but now you can't go to the king because of majority capture rule. You have to take 2 pieces, 16 takes. You take here, and 33 is going here. And this one, with 1 piece less for black, is probably the one that you can draw, but really a forced one. Forced win, like Casper van der Tak says. Really interesting one, really great one. So we can say now that world champion Roel Boomstra is just playing it on his level with finding such a move 23-19 and winning, being close to win the game against Michiel Veenstra on such a beautiful way. And still, after Michiel sacrificed a piece, Roel Boomstra is the one who is having more time and calm, peaceful position. The moves were made like here, here, and here. And now Roel is thinking, but his position is absolutely winning. So in a nice way, and using a forcing, he proves that having not much time for the calculation in tight position is not a good strategy of playing. In this game, there were many open positions where you could just play faster and save the time to look for such forcings like Roel Boomstra has done. And using this piece, 36, was the key to make this forcing. So once Roel has made this exchange 2-4-2 to the square number, 16, he knew what he is going to do because he just got the tension that he wanted. The game between Jan Groenendijk and Kees Thijssen ends right now with a draw. Many simplification. After this exchange, Kees Thijssen played here, Roel here, and we have one exchange, second exchange. Actually, those are kinda forced exchanges, and another exchange. So immediately almost 5 pieces exchanged, bringing a game to the split of the points. So someone who has predicted the winning of Jan Groenendijk in this game is not right, but predicting such a result as winning of Roel Boomstra is a very, very close to be a good prediction. 2 games nearly done. One is finally done. Second one is close to be done because still Michiel has not much time to play that position after Boomstra's 44-39 and 12-17. Now a little threat from the black side, sacrificing 2 pieces and gathering 2 near the king, but of course the world champion cannot lose with such an easy ideas. Roel is the one who is calculating like a computer, finding the best solutions and sometimes maybe even better solutions and lines than Scan. He is considered as the most precise player in the world. The best option is at first glance to exchange here to 23 just to wipe out all the tactical possibilities of making any damage to Roel Boomstra by Michiel Veenstra. The game between Jan Groenendijk and Kees Thijssen is the first that is finished. Let's take a look at Martijn van IJzendoorn against Purvinsh Guntars. What has happened after last visiting on this game? So this move was played and Martin attacked. So Martin decided just to leave the pieces on the left side, not to move it, to have the way to defend against possible attack. So now the game is like wing against wing, and slight advantage of white pieces is being showed already. Martin took the central squares over, and as you can see, of course, those three pieces can't move. Anyway, if Guntars would like to exchange this way, he will lose a piece, not immediately like here, because it's a draw. 3 pieces for 3 pieces exchange, with less chances to win, but being patient. At first 30 for 29, and then after this move another move of waiting, because still you can't just go in because of this move and other exchanges. Pardon. And here, and if he goes here to 21, then you go here. Interesting one, because after going here, you lose with a forced combination of very hidden sacrificing 4 pieces. Taking 2 to a king. And that's the example of how you can sometimes sacrifice many pieces for a king, because now white pieces having 2 pieces less instead of king are winning the game. So only option now to defend is to play here, and after white pieces will take, then exchange to 37. But still it might be a little bit better for white. Anyway, really nice forced variation that could have been played in this game. And it's interesting for me, what will Guntars choose to play? He played 8-12, so without changing to 32. It is really difficult, or if even possible, to check all the possibilities, all the calculations after exchanging to 32 and show, for example, the variation that I have showed you already, with the support of computer, of course. The move number 37 has been made, and Martin is having 13 minutes 50 seconds, now maybe less, 13 minutes 20 seconds, and Guntars is having 15 minutes, so I guess those players will get to the time control peacefully without any problems. It's been a while since we've been at Sadowska-Motrichko game, so let's jump there. Let's take a look at the heart rates and how their bodies act. Natalia is having bigger heart rate right now, over 110. As the game goes to the decisive moments, and her stress level is increasing. Now it is 87, which is much. Meanwhile, Victoria is a little bit more calm, 55% of the stress level and 88 heart rate. What has happened in the game? Uh, 1923. I did miss something. Oh, because not the right move I did play. 1923 was played. Here and now Victoria made an exchange, finally trying to free this piece number 5. You can see that it is 30 moves of the game, and now finally for her Victoria can move this piece number 5, but still it does not solve all the problems, because there is a piece standing on 15. And now, after this 5-10, there's a combination, or maybe just a forcing. No, there is a combination. And Natalia is counting. There is a Coupe Philippe. That might be winning for Natalia. 1, 2, 3, 4. In exchange of 4 pieces. And it looks like a winning one. Victoria would just fall in such a simple combination? What do you think, guys, about this? Is this winning for white? It looks like it is. Because what to play? Here, you have, I guess, few ways of winning it, maybe. One is here, and just wait and then take this piece. Maybe you can't do it immediately because she would just run away, but after all you have the breakthrough. After this, just be patient. Oh, there is this nice move. You can't go here because of this majority. 2 for 2. Absolutely winning for Natalia. Otherwise, in next move, you'll just take it. Exchange and attack. Easy win. Natalia, it's a winning position for you. Natalia Sadowska is in ahead of great chances, and she is doing it. She is doing it. Good for the Polish fans and viewers. Maybe a little bit worse for the Ukrainians. Natalia is making this sacrifice. I think that Victoria totally missed it. It's one of the most simple shots you can see in drafts games, and Olga Baltarzy is watching the game, and Natalia is sure. That was the reason why Natalia's stress level was was at such high level, as well as the heart rate. Finally, we can see some combinations being made on the top boards. It's winning, it's absolutely winning. Key variant after the combo for Natalia. Yep, that's right, that's the variation that we showed on the screen. You're right, Kasper. But it is winning for Natalia. It can be a really, really great chance for Natalia to beat Victoria Matrychka, because she is not an easy player to Victoria. And how is Victoria acting right now? Quite calm, maybe. 84 of the heart rate, 55 of the stress level. Natalia is more calm than just a moment ago. Paulo Machado Damas, bom dia. Hello, Paulo, sorry. Eric Burkewicz, hi everyone, great for Natalia, absolutely. Linda Combina, ciao. Great combination, I guess you are saying in Portuguese or Spanish, maybe Portuguese, because you are from Brazil, Paulo, as I remember, Brasilia. Great moment for Natalia and Polish viewers, because after all, once we are looking at the number of moves made, 35 already has gone, and it's not easy to defend after such combinations. Still, Natalia is having 16 minutes left, and Victoria is having only 6 minutes left to the time control, and 10 moves to make in a worse position to defend and to try to look for the variants. It's very, very difficult. It's a great way to follow the watches that measure heart level, heart rate and stress level, because, you know, at the moment of peak, we immediately know that something is going on. And once Natalia's heart rate was 110, we could just figure out that something is going on. Natalia is calculating on something that may change the result of the game. So far, the great game of Natalia, because she was strategically playing it well, absolutely, even with this threat of combination and not developing 5-piece On Victoria's side, it could be difficult to play, because otherwise, if you want to avoid this combination, what you should play in this moment, 12-17, you have to. Otherwise, the position is not so good. And this is still a really better position for Natalia, just without many weaknesses, because this piece just is in the group of 3 pieces, while standing oppositely is the group of 4 pieces. So the balance for Natalia is of course better. And not losing with the combination after putting a small pressure during whole game from Natalia on Victoria, just ended with a combination possibility for Natalia. So I think that that's the result of entire game, and not only this moment that Natalia was able to make this shot. Coupe Philippe is the name of the combination that perhaps will allow Natalia to win this game. Martyna, great. Natalia, must now say falar English KKK. Paulo, I don't understand, unfortunately. Eric's, I'm a big fan of Poland, so I'm a fan of Natalia too. We work with Hebe in Poland. Wow, good to know. So I've been there many times and love Poland and Polish food. And my mother was 100 Polish. Wow, nice to know, Eric's, that fact. I'm really glad that we have some Polish roots here. But maybe you can tell the Polish viewers something, Eric's, about meaning and signs of Poland here, because I heard yesterday from my girlfriend that during the getting the independence of Latvia, there was some battle between your people and Polish people against Swedish people, and some lieutenant of Sweden or someone was just buried in some cathedral in Riga, and that was the order of Chodkiewicz. Maybe you know this story and could tell me something more. Today, once I was going to the plane area, I was traveling by a bus produced in Poland as well, Solaris. We have the same buses in Warsaw, they are produced near Poland. And also I have seen many products there is a Polish school in Riga. Wow, good to know as well. I see many products from Poland in shops as well. Victoria was calculating, and finally she decided to play after the combination to the square number 32. We are 19 minutes from getting to a most crucial part of the game, which is of course time control. We'll see how the players will get through it. Any other interesting things from Riga and Latvia and Poland and our history? Because after the war we had against Russia, after just First World War, and winning that war in 1920, I believe it's similar time for you to just have this country, because it was founded, as I heard, in 1918. Combination Ivanov, says Kasper. Of course, Natalia now has to find this one move. Natalia now has to find this one move. That after this, you go here, sacrifice 2 pieces and go here. But I think it is possible. There is the variation that Kasper showed us. Ivanov combination, let's take it. Wow. So we have the round of combinations here. Oh, it's the nice one. It's the nice one. By the way, how to make a combination against Grandmaster if not the nice one? Come on, let's follow it. I thought that position is not so easy to play for Ivanov, maybe a little bit more flexible for Heinmeier, but finally Ivanov found a line to win it. This move, I think this is the move that can come with many combinations, and after 5-10, this is the move that will Not yet. This is the move that will set up a combination. This is the great game of Ivanov and Graj, connecting of being strategical and tactical as well. This move looks perfectly normal or even good on strategic side, because you are just preparing another column 45, 40, 34, and you don't want to move the piece number 50 at first, and you want to cover the gap. So there is no way that your opponent can expect that you are setting a trap with this move. And on the other hand, once there will be a column to make this exchange, maybe 33.29, you don't want this piece to move anywhere, because maybe it will be helpful here, maybe it will be helpful here, and you can just build another column with this move, 8.12. So this combination of Ivanov was set up for the great move, the strategic move of Heinmeier. But after all, scan does not show that this is the winning combination. We'll see. Takes, of course there is majority capture rule, and here this might be the hidden option of compulsory taking two pieces. Now sacrificing another one and 32 to collect finally king and two pieces. But it looks like it is a draw position still. Yeah, that's right, Kasper. Now Natalia has to play 36-31. I hope, and I'm sure she will find it. I'm sure she will find it. It's a great way to continue. Martyna, we have huge export from Poland to Latvia. Yep, we can find it in the stores, and you are the one working on this area, yeah, of FMCD, it is called, this area, Martyna. I'm rather good in history, but I don't know this story. Anyhow, in a way, Latvia got independence from Soviet Russia, First World War, just became Polish, beat communism, Lenin time. Bogdan Bańkowski. Kurde, wczoraj plus 800 na kuponikach, dzisiaj chyba Natsa popsuje, bo wszędzie jej remisy dają, ale gratki dla Natsy. Bogdan, czyli co, oferta to, bo ja nawet nie daję rady tego nadrabiać. Ciągle się pojawia? Jest regularny? Gratuluję zwycięstwa w każdym razie. Nie dostaję maili z potwierdzeniem, że kursy są gotowe i zapominam je publikować. FMCG. Fast, coś tam, consumable goods. How it was? It's not in my branch, but anyway. What brands? We sell cosmetics to Poland. Oh, so maybe you are on a similar area, because Martyna as well, something with that connected you are, yeah? Interesting what we are saying. This is the moment, my dear viewers, to leave reactions. If you have not yet left the thumbs up, the subscription button is still red and not gray. If you are still not the followers, observers, wherever you watch, because there are many channels that you can follow it on Twitch, Checkers Television, on YouTube, warcaby, my channel, on YouTube, FMJD channel, on Facebook, Latvian Dress Federation, Latvija Zdabrete, i tak dalej, etc., because I don't know how it goes in Latvian fully, and on the group Riga Open International Tournament, just follow. Martyna confirms. Bogdan, no dzisiaj 15 minut przed rundą jest tak na styku, no ale jak ktoś pilnował, to się dało obstawić. Fast moving consumer goods, okay. Fast moving consumer goods, okay. Something I remembered. Would be good to get in touch with Martyna. As you can see, we are a big drafts community, and we can make some even business synergies between each other. That's the way how the big, nice community works together. In 1605, there was a battle between Swedish and Polish armies near Salaspils, not far from Riga. That's right. Maybe that. Oh, Maybe that's the battle that I mentioned, yeah. Martyna, please write to me on Lidraft's nickname RXB. Now there stand two monuments, one celebrating the win of Polish army. Where are the monuments? Maybe I will just visit it and cover and satisfy my touristic part during this tournament. Yesterday I had a first short walk on the old town of Riga, because that was the moment that I could have done it for 1 hour maybe, and then just to the computer and work. Today we have the free afternoon after this round, so maybe it will be possible for me to visit those monuments. Natalia, great! Sorry for not being objective, but after all I'm Polish and Natalia is playing the greatest move in the position, which is absolutely winning one. Natalia has found it. I was confident that she will do it. 36, 31, and now still Victoria, who was thinking long after one last game, one last move, has less than 2 minutes, 1 minute and 40 seconds of time to make a decision, and Victoria still has to make 9 moves. 11 moves from the time control. Victoria is in a big troubles, and probably there is no other way than Natalia wins that game. Victoria is having 91 heart rate as well as Natalia, and about 50 to 60 stress level. I think that after a few minutes of getting those values higher because of calculating combination, falling to combination and calculation after combination, now they are just settled down, calm, and they know what is going on. Salaspils. Okay, so Victoria is not going between Natalia's pieces. She plays 3 to 8, and that means that Natalia is free to take a piece. Just attack here, 42-28. And that's not the end of problems of Victoria, because there are not many pieces on the board. Natalia will take it, of course. I guess that Victoria will play here and Natalia will take back, but still, this side of Victoria's board is weak, not having many pieces. And Natalia reacts fast with an attack, 40-38. Natalia looks like a calm, but what we can see, we can measure those values. She is 50% stressed, which is not so low level, but still some moves to make. Like Kasper says, Victoria could resign now. That's right. There are no aces in her deck because a piece less, a time is worse for her, but she's fighting. And I advise everyone to fight till the very end and try to change the situation on the board, because many times we've seen that games could be like a roller coasters, once upside, once downside. Take a look at Rule Boomstra's game against Machiel Veistra, because somehow I see that Machiel maybe is going to a king. How that happened? Okay, Rule did not choose to make an exchange that I was talking about, but he played to 24 directly, and then it looks like the advantage shot by Scan decreased. Is it possible that there will be chances for him? Oh no, 4 pieces of advantage. And he goes to 10. Yep. There is no way to do something, because once you will go to a king, this king will be immediately captured on the main diagonal, and if you do not go to the king... Okay, so this is hope, but still losing for Machiel. If rule would go to the king directly, he could just play something like maybe this, this, and this, getting one piece, but still, and possibility of going to a king, but after this and going to other king and at the same moment attacking this piece, it would be winning as well. But I don't think, I'm sure that rule will just not fall on this combination, and he's not falling. He's sacrificing two pieces, just being calm, goes to a king. And that is the moment, my dear friends, that I think Michal Wejstra will just give it up. Actually, this is the move number 45, but once world champions sacrificing two pieces to get to a king and get one piece of yours, just stay calm, give a piece away and give up, not a piece you have to give away, but give up the game and not waste his strength because he needs it for another players. And there is nothing to do in this game as well. Paldies Mari, Erix, you mentioned probably some part of the history, yeah? Es pat nie znaju. Thanks, Maris, I didn't even know. Draft streams can learn you about many different things, as well as common history, common geography, and common cultures. So I really love to run streams like that and share all those things and all the topics that we can talk together. And after taking to 23, which is also indicated as the scan showed it, Michal thinks, but I guess nothing can happen and the game will be resigned in seconds. What is going on at Natalia's and Victoria's game? The moves were made like this. Victoria played this move was played, and this one, 10-14, and now it's Natalia's turn. Even going here, yes, to 28 is showed as a winning line, but maybe it's not so comfortable after this move, but Natalia should have calculated this entrance between the pieces. Once she will be sure that this is winning, then absolutely this move going to 28 to limit possibilities of taking other central pieces for Victoria will be mandatory for her to play. And that's it. Michal Wejstra just gives up the game and rule. Boomstra is the one chasing the leading group. Is the one who joins Case Tyson and Jan Groenendijk and has 8 points out of 10 in this international tournament, Riga Open 2022, the World Cup tournament, as some of you expected. What about the time control? What do you mean, Martina? What about Natalia's game? Natalia's game is like, okay, they have still some moves to make because 40 moves have been played. And what is the time of girls? Natalia is having 2 minutes 30 seconds and Victoria only 30 seconds left and still 5 moves to make. If Natalia will play, okay, Natalia is hanging the other piece. Still a good one, 43, 39, 15, 12. Let's just focus on this for Polish viewers. If Natalia will handle it, less than 2 minutes for Natalia and 4 moves to make. Natalia will do that fast, I guess. She goes with 49, 44, 20, 24 immediately from Victoria and still another 3 moves to make. Natalia, which one will you choose? You have 1 piece more. Being here not precise can affect the game. Will not be won, but will come with a draw. Having a piece more in a situation where you can't progress and not get to a king, for example, might be a problem. This maybe is not the best move that Natalia has chosen. but still looks like winning one. Okay, probably 1923, that's right, was played. And 2 moves more to make in this position. Natalia is having 1 minute 30 seconds. Victoria less than 20 seconds, and Natalia now less than 1 minute. Natalia, 2 moves to make. I hope you wrote down everything well. You don't have any problems with the clock that every time it showed the right number of moves, because that clock is counting the number, how many moves were made in the game. Natalia, not much time left. 2 moves to make. Come on, girl. Natalia is down to 40 seconds maybe. She's playing 32-27. Okay, still the move that is not a mistake, and still the move that holds an advantage for Natalia. Her pieces are around the board, limiting possibilities of Victoria's pieces. She goes 24-29 and 1 more move to make. 1 more move to make. So I guess she will do it. I guess that she will just be on time, but she has to do this one final move, yet it's not one position. And the move is played 38-32. Very good, very well, Natalia. And just to be sure, Victoria is making an exchange. This is absolutely winning position and should be easy one to count, because even this move, 39-34, will win this position. Oh, we've had some emotional time. Like we all do love having those emotions in drafts games. We could follow the last moves before the time control, because even though there are not many pieces on the board, there are still moves to make, there are still vital calculations to be made, and then making a decision. You can easily, Natalia, go to 34 and now force your opponent to go to 33, and now easy plan to go, because there are 2 last pieces in the opposition. Maybe this trick can be still made by Victoria, because you can't go here. Actually, this position is won for black, but there is no chance, I guess. Natalia will fall onto this one. It's enough to play here. You can't go here further because of 1 exchange for 3. And this 5 against 1 is easy win. You can't go here because of that. And if you go here, you can easily go to the opposition, and other things that I showed before just work. This is the great moment to donate Ukrainian fund. Bogdan Bańkowski, once you have won betting on drafts so much money, share something with Ukraine, donate our donation fund. I hope that this 500 euros donation target goal will finally be completed. To do that, I need your help, and just make it push the good energy onto this stream into our community, that we are strong, that we are together, that we are united. And if you don't have the possibilities of donation, remember always you can support us by leaving the thumbs up under the video, observe, follow, subscribe, and share, of course, this content, this video all over your social medias. Let other people see how drafts beautiful can be. As we are after the time control, we can check other games. How are they going? This time I'm running all the stream without any break even. I feel already my throat is devastated a little, but unfortunately, as we don't fortunately, once we don't have the afternoon round, then I can do it without breaks. I can follow, and I can do it by myself, and I hope that you are not bored watching the stream with me alone. Tomorrow my guest will be Benno Butulis. Some players may recognize him. Of course, Latvian players will recognize here. And on Friday, my guest will be Gleb Ushakov from Ukraine. So maybe those are the last chances to see me alone and have more interaction with the chat. What interesting has happened in other games? Oh, there's an interesting end game between Julia Makarenkowa and Olia Baltarzy. The last moment we saw this game was a lot of scrolling back. Was actually here, and Olga changed back the passive choice, I guess, here. So maybe Julia from the very beginning was the one attacking and was the one trying to win this. Natalia did not manage to win against Olga and Julia, but maybe it looks like that she will be able to win against another Ukrainian player, maybe considered as the strongest one from this group, Victoria Motrichko. Here. This is interesting move. Oh, sorry, I did some mistake. It was played here. Exchange from Olga. I guess that there are big chances for Julia to win this game. Here. Olga played here, Julia exchanged. How it was possible for Julia to get a king that she has right now? An attack, change back. Okay, it's indicated as the advantage of black pieces, meanwhile it is white who have the king. How it has happened? Here. Okay, now it's equal. And now, what? Wait a sec. We've had this position, and now Olga decided to make a sacrifice. Playing here comes with a normal regular draw. What she could have seen after this? Maybe she tried to find a way to win this game. She went here, okay, that was played. So having two pieces less, now Julia is having the king and an advantage, slight advantage. The question is if this advantage can let her win. Oh, maybe that's the wrong way of making the sacrifice. Of course, scan is not the program to analyze the end games, but it's showing quite a big advantage of white pieces now. Of course, white king can't be catched with this move because it will take two pieces. And here is what Olga plays, and Julia is choosing the draw line, immediate draw. There is no way to stop black pieces. So this game looks like it will be a quick, simple draw, but maybe instead of this she could try to find other moves like this maybe. Because once Julia would play here, then you have this move. And you have to sacrifice this piece. Because here and here you give away all the pieces. So once this one is not possible, maybe something like this. this, and now this. Okay, you finally go inside, and now this sacrifice, okay, an exchange. Okay, probably it would be a draw, but more difficult one, definitely more difficult one, with some chances, with some options of making mistakes for Olga Baltarzy. But Julia Makarenkowa did not use it at all. The pieces are set, so the game ended with a draw. Let's get to men duels. We have still two being played. One is against Martin van Eisendorn and Gunter Purvinch, and another one is between Guntis Valneris and Yuri Nikeyev. Meanwhile, game between Ivanov and Heinmeier has finished. I didn't see what happened after combination, but the engine indicated a draw. Maybe some of you know already what was the result of the game. Did it end with a draw? Because after this combination it was enough to go to a king. And white pieces have less pieces, so they have to take something. They would go, for example, inside, and after the sacrifice of two pieces would go even further. And now we have king against king and 5 pieces against 5 pieces. So it's an equal material, and probably the game is an easy draw. Does anyone know if the game ended in a draw? Just to confirm that, let me know on the chat if you know, because I guess that the results are not refreshed during the round, and we don't have the result put onto applets. Wouter Sipma played a draw against Itzeslund. That was easy to predict from the position for many moves. Guntis Valneris, Yuri Nikeyev. Okay, it's been a while since we've been onto this position, so let's update it. Okay, it went like this, here. Okay, to protect from the attack. Okay, Guntis is making a lot of gaps with possible combinations, but he is just taking control of every important square that he needs. That is a tough move, because always it can come with some attack like that, but it simplifies the position. It forces Guntis to make this exchange 2 for 2, and without this piece the position is calm. At first it looks like that. And another exchange made here, maybe forced because of threats to 23. I won't judge it. Okay, now Yuri took back because he didn't want Guntis to push here on the square number 24. I might be losing the order of the moves, but finally we'll get to the position. Here, yep, here. Okay, it may be a small advantage of white pieces. Guntis definitely will not lose it, but still somehow can maybe win it if Yuri would not be precise. But Yuri Nikeyev, after all, is a great grandmaster on 100 square and 64 squares board, and he is calculating great. For example, of course, you cannot attack here because of giving a free tempo to make a king for the white pieces and win the game, but absolutely Yuri will not do it, and I would not be it would not be strange to me if players would agree for a draw right now. So let's take a look at the game between Eisendorn and Purvinch from this moment that we have seen for the last time. Okay, this move was played here. Okay, advantage of white pieces. Exchange to bring the attack of the wing more efficient. And here the move. Okay. So it's the matter of who will be first in this attack to get to a king. And maybe Martin is the one favored now, or maybe not, after this exchange back. Okay, the engine indicates it's a draw. It's a draw. The best move to play, according to Scan, 1621. Simple combinations prepared. Of course, this is not the move to make for Martin, but remember those ideas. If Martin will play something like this, for example, there's this exchange and nothing will happen, just a draw. And there are no other plans, maybe, to continue attacking after this. And your plan is just to put one piece here, second one here, and to go to a king. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In six moves, once white pieces will not be doing anything on the left side, you are able to get to a king. Your job to win is to get there faster and maybe create some threats and just make this way longer. Paulo Machado, ¿cuántos laches en Natalia con tu paraphraser essa combina ciao? I don't understand that. How many times Natalia something with combination, but I don't know actually. If you put your questions into translator and copy and paste here the English version, then maybe we could answer with English language as well, and it would be possible to communicate there. Zibi Zibowski, hello everybody, hello. Okay, contact switched between viewers, great synergy cooperation. That's how we work, and only good energy shared on the streams, on the chats, and everywhere around the drafts community, because that's how we work. Natalia, Victoria, what are you thinking about? Trying not to lose it, but it might be difficult. So Natalia decided to play here, 26-21. Still looks like easy win. But there are some moves to be made yet, yes. What are the clocks showing right now? Okay, there was a move made by Victoria, and she's having 22 minutes left, and Natalia having 23 minutes left. Strange decision, because after that it looks like this move is good one to play. After 14-19 here. And what she was trying to do, there are no such combinations like something with that. Just after that, we go further. If she goes here, there is that beautiful move that Victoria may not see. Maybe she was thinking that after that she is going to a king, but still there is Natalia's column here working. And as I showed you before in the game between Machiel and Rule, the column can work backwards as well in this simple shot 1-4-2. And there is no other way to go for this breakthrough, because if she would like to exchange here, you just simply can here limit those pieces or just go to a king Many ways to win. So that could be another miscalculation for Victoria. So once Natalia will go further, I believe this is just a win position. Other are as well. Guys, how are you doing? Martin with 21 minutes on the clock is still counting, calculating, and in this position between Yuri and Guntis, 6-11 was played by Yuri. I was planning not to make any breaks, but while we can be on the stream for some more than half an hour yet, I will just make a short break now. Just after we crossed the time control moment, and maybe a little calculation will be made during the games. 3 games that we are following on live still. I will be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back for this end games to comment and analyze with you guys. Hello after short break. I hope everybody is still present. Hello Marek Knioła. Thank you everyone for joining whenever you can. Fifth round of Riga Open 2022 International Drafts Tournament of the World Cup series. Fifth round means that we'll be after half a way to go to know the winners of Riga 2022, Riga Open 2022 winners. And right now I have seen that Natalia has chosen to play a bit longer end game, didn't find the solution that Scan was showing to her. Meanwhile, I took a look at Łukasz Kosobucki's game, who is actually losing to his opponent. This game maybe is also showed at the live games, and maybe we'll just take a look at the end game of Łukasz and how he lost the piece, because he's playing against without piece right now. KM, hi everyone who is joining. Just let's take a look what Natalia did choose, or maybe once if I'm showing the Urian Kiev game against Valneris. Just okay, so this position Valneris played here, here and here, and still they are trying to do something, but it might be difficult. Yeah, the same value of the position after each move they make. Yeah, there is position of Łukasz, so interesting how he has lost the piece. Maybe even I will see the entire game. Kirsner won another game, so he has the 8 points. It's astonishing. He had better position against Kes Tyson once he was losing on time. So he is absolutely in a great shape, winning other 4 out of 5 games. Still joining the top players, and he played a nice central game, as I see. Maybe we don't have time to analyze it, but pushing, gaining space, and finally, yep, really nice way of Kirsner, and he went directly to a king. And finishing the game, he was still having 27 minutes on clock, so it means that some conclusions were being made already. You have to improve. You have to improve with each game that you play. So once something goes wrong, once something is not working right like you expected, you have to change something. You have to change the attitude, you have to change the calculation process, you have to change the time management. And Kirsner is the one who did it. And having 8 out of 10, he will be in a leading group of this tournament. At least with Jan Groenendijk, Roel Boomstra, Kees Tyson, and Igor Kirsner, and 3 Dutch players. Igor Kirsner, obviously, Ukrainian player. Okay, before we go to Natalia and then analyze what is going on at in Łukasz games, in Łukasz game, let's see how are things going between Martin van Eisendorn and Gunter Spurwinch. It may interest the local fans. Okay, this exchange, this, okay. Did not Martin exchanged back in this position, so possibly he didn't see any other good continuation in other variations. That was the position. Okay, looks like it is with advantage of white pieces. Now it's necessary to cover the gap on 29, and after this move there is still advantage, but if this advantage lets Martin to look for a win, it's difficult. But another position for Gunter Spurwinch, where he is not the favorite, maybe even having a slightly worse position, but still is being able to make a draw. Sadowska, Wiktoria Motriczko. After Wiktoria's move 14-19, I saw that Natalia took it back after exchange. And Victoria played 1923, then here. Yeah, let me refresh it. Do we still have it? Oh, the live game is gone, but we can see it from the camera maybe, how the pieces were sacrificed. 2 pieces were sacrificed. So Natalia went here like this, this, and this. And this piece was given away, and she played here. Natalia is now calculating the position. It's obviously winning, but she has to be perfectly sure that after each attack from behind, it does not cause troubles like losing 2 pieces and drawing a game. She will find an option, for example, like playing here, which is indicated by computer. You can go here with this piece. No way that Victoria will do something to draw this game until Natalia will make a huge mistake. That's the only way for her not to win the game against Ukrainian player. After all, remember there is number 1 of top rating playing against number 2 of top rating because recent ratings, updated ratings after first day of July showed Natalia Sadowska on the first place of world's women's rating list, and on the second place Victoria Matwiczko from Ukraine. So this is absolutely top duel on the highest level of the rating, world rating women's list. And looks like the world's number 1 will handle with a victory over Victoria. Her name won't be helping this time, because Victoria, beautiful women's name in Polish, in Ukraine and other languages also means, of course, is from the word of victory. And as I promised, let's go to the game of Łukasz Kosobucki. What has happened there? Łukasz was performing really nice. He defeated Raymond Zwipulis. So that was not a good information for local fans, and Motherland did not help in this case. Łukasz Kosobucki is playing against Klaus Norenberg. So Łukasz has over 100 rating more than his opponent. So how did he made the position losing? Yeah, and as I see, Łukasz will just give up in seconds because there is no way to defend the Norenbergs. So let's analyze it. Łukasz is playing with white pieces. Of course, 35-30, another game playing with white pieces. 35-30, another lost game for Łukasz. How much can he do that? How many times? Maybe this is not the good conclusion of him to continue playing the same opening, after which he is getting worse position. We'll see at least. Maybe there was some combination, some other solution that brought this game for Łukasz to the losing one. So far looks normal, just developing pieces. Okay, this is maybe not the move that is absolutely obvious to play. Yeah, and now it's Łukasz allowed his opponent to make an exchange, which looks good because of chances of lock-in, but Łukasz, of course, has to free from the position, break it, not let his opponent to lock the right wing, but it looks like passive after all because it's exchange back, despite the fact of piece on 25. I think it looks a little bit more active for black, but it's equal after all. Still long time to go. Here, here, here. Okay. Still we don't have an answer. What has happened, and Łukasz is losing that. That classic position was maybe worse for Łukasz. Okay, Natalia is reaching the piece. She went further. She made a good move. Equal position. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 pieces. 11 against 11 pieces, and Łukasz messed it out. Exchange here. Maybe a little bit better for black because black has took control over two edges in classics. And I think this is moment where the mistakes are to be made. Oh, this is not the good move for Łukasz. Yeah, and he went into the classic position that is lost for him, with war stamps and no columns, and yeah, Łukasz just lost in the classic position. No chances to rescue it. It's like maybe there was something like that if Łukasz did not have time to calculate, because normally you always find a solution not to lose in a classic position like this, just with going to 22 at the right moment, or just trying to take control over one of the edges. Okay, sacrificed. That was the position that I saw. Here, going to the king, and after... What? Is this a draw? What has happened here? This 2-4-2 is a draw? Don't tell me that Klaus has made something and is not winning it. Oh my god, then Łukasz would be the most lucky person in the world. Where he did make a mistake? Just going to the king? Was a mistake? That was the mistake. 2-7. It's a drawing move. Huh. I believe Klaus was good with time. Oh my god, how lucky is Łukasz in that endgame. Yeah. It was enough to sacrifice now, because now if Łukasz goes here, anyway you go to a king, and after 17-11 you go to a king, okay? And here is winning. Many pieces lost. And just Klaus wanted to stop Łukasz from going to a king, played this move, and it looks like the temp is not good for him. Tempo is not good for him, because there is no way to go to a king well. Now, this, 1, 2, 3, 4, you take, and in the same move you attack those two pieces, and you can take this king in next move. So it ends with a draw. How lucky this Łukasz Kossobutski can be, but good for him. May he just wake up in the next rounds and try not to lose anymore in such positions. Let me analyze maybe the classics where he made the mistakes. So it was here. Once Klaus went here, it's good to attack here and have a tempo, extra guest tempo, and now bring this column, important column, and not to break this formation with this move. Now he can still draw it. There was a time I played against Łukasz in Polish National Championship, and I won against him in a worse position with a combination like that. And he played something like this and lost to me. But my position was completely lost on 2012, because he had two edges and that was my only chance to rescue. And only simple combination allowed me to win it. And Łukasz could make a lesson from the game. With this level of luck, he has to run to the casino right away. I will advise him to do it after the game. He's absolutely lucky to have one piece less and absolutely losing position and still manage to draw it. Amazing. Okay, Natalia played here, and now Victoria is thinking about any continuation to make multiple attacks, I guess, but here she is not attacking at all, and after this she does not have any other attack, because even after this move Natalia can easily play here and anything like this does not work because this king is trapped and has no place to go. So it looks like this round will be good one for Polish players and Polish viewers, because Natalia is going to win against Victoria and Łukasz luckily is going to draw the lost game. Natalia with 8 points will be single leader of the women's tournament if she wins, and Łukasz with 6 points will have +1 and will be in top group of the players, as I think in top 20 for sure. Okay, and after attack to 48, Natalia chooses to defend. That way, of course, it's as well winning way for her. How are things going on other men's game like Guntis one and Martin van Eisenden one? So there is a draw between Guntis and Yuri. How it has happened? Let's see. From this move on, okay. Yuri played here, here. A longer way to go to a king, but still draw. And here Yuri sacrificed a piece, going to a king by himself. Many times it's worth to just sacrifice the piece. And now something like forcing, sacrifice another one, going to 41, and Yuri having 4 pieces less, just making a draw, because after attack to 14 you just step in here and let your opponent to go to a king, and with the same move this king is attacking another piece, so you just go to 36, and no matter which capture will take the white king, you take 2 pieces by yourself, and reminding that it is necessary to have at least 4 kings to catch opponent's king in international drafts. The game ended with a draw. Martin van Eisendorn against Guntar Spurvinch. Did we have a big continuation here? Martin played here, 3-8, the good move was played, and Martin played here. And now Scan says that this is the good move for Purvinch. What would have been if he played here? He would lose the game. Oh, so he has to be careful right now because of this. How are the 10? Oh, this idea works, yeah. And you push the king. He runs away and he goes. And this is winning. I guess that Guntaras will count it and go with this 36. Because, of course, without this move, that sacrifice is not working because of this move. And then black wins the game. So it's a simple one. But always has to be found and played, and can still leave Martin win with some hopes for winning it. 8 minutes on Martin's clock, 11 minutes on Guntar's clock. Victoria, after us last attack, plays to 37. She takes the main diagonal over, but it does not change anything, I guess. Natalia can simply play with a king. But even if Natalia would lose 1 piece, well, maybe not this, because there is this attack of attacking 2 pieces here, and you cannot go to the king because then the game is a draw of losing 2 pieces. So to win it, maybe for Natalia is better not to separate those 2 pieces. Maybe some will be lost, but something like playing here, here, and just securing out the pieces close to the edge. many ways of winning this endgame. So, but in case of those attacks, maybe this one was just easier to play, because then no such attacks like to this piece is probable, because you just go to 45. And maybe after this move, just attacking here will be possible, or not because of this move. There, you check and you catch. But still nothing happens. Okay. The variation is showed already. Looking at the heart rates, Natalia's 80, Victoria's 70. So nothing strange happens to the bodies, and the stress level is low. So they just agreed what is going on. And okay, Natalia plays here. And if Victoria attacks, then immediately loses with this move. So Natalia just maneuvered with the king very well. And of course, going to 22 does not allow Victoria to go to 28 and attack anyhow. And after going to 26, Natalia can just cover here, and this is the move that is not working again. As this round number 5, lets us cross the half of the way till the end of the tournament, we are closer and closer to decisive rounds. Tomorrow we'll have 2 rounds of playing, the entire day of emotions. Morning round, as always, starts at 9:30 of local Latvian time and 8:30 of Polish time. And if you want to join, then follow the links on YouTube channels, FMJD channel and as well warcaby channel. The links are prepared, so you can see them after this broadcast on the channel, and just leave the thumb up and wait for tomorrow's morning. Tomorrow, like I said, Benno Butulis will be joining me, and on Friday probably Gleb Ushakov will be my guest during the stream. So we'll have many interesting topics to share and to discuss. You can prepare your questions, you can ask for some guests if someone is present here during tournament. Of course, if you are willing to see someone, to talk to someone, I can ask for that. As we see in the background of the cameras, other games are being finished and more results we know. After the results, of course, you can follow the websites of the tournament or the results page that is also available on the FMJD website. There you can find the pairings for the next round. You can prepare yourself for tomorrow's duels. And maybe, like in Poland, once we'll have the betting possibilities on the website, then you can bet on your favorite players. The eToto bookmaker company prepares bets for drafts events in Poland, and from this year also the international events. And thank you very much for doing this, eToto, and I hope there are a lot of players and drafts fans in Poland that wants to play that way. Of course, this is only for people who are over 18th year of life, and you have to be adult, of course, and it's available for Polish people in Poland. Good luck, and I hope you will have the one bets only. Victoria is thinking. Let's take a look at the time left to think. Purvinsh Guntars is having 5 minutes, Martin 8. Victoria, oh okay, we lost the connection to the live game between Victoria and Natalia, so we have to follow it by manual moving the pieces, and I barely can see camera behind girls and the clock on the camera behind girls, so you have to apologize me. I won't tell you what is the situation with the time right now. It's just nothing else can happen, I guess. Maybe it's time to resign, Victoria? To you, my dear viewers, maybe you do have some additional expectations about the stream. You would like something more to show you, something more to talk, discuss about, something more to make it more entertainable, maybe there is such word, entertainous, I guess. What can we do to improve those streams so they can be more useful to you? Maybe more of analyzing games, maybe deeper variants. While I'm alone commenting, of course, it's difficult for me to go deeper into analysis because I don't want the streams to be absolutely soundless. Once you are thinking, looking for the lines, for the variants, it's difficult to talk as well and to think what to talk, because talking without any sense, of course, may be done, but it's not the point of streaming, absolutely and obviously. If you have any suggestions, of course, you are free and welcome to announce it, to say it, to share it with us, because we are doing all of this just for you, to make you happy watching it. Victoria was reaching for the piece, but she quit from the decision. Okay, we have a decision from Guntars. Finally, he has chosen the best move. 26-31. As well as Victoria did, because she played to 19, and that was the move considered by an engine as the best one in the position. Kids juice, it's the best to make your throat surviving the stream. Absolutely, kids juices. Who has not seen this before? During this tournament, the 75th anniversary of FMJD is celebrated with a big party after the World Bleed Championship. Maybe from there you will see also some video materials. Don't forget that during the tournament, the Riga Open tournament, the tournament is visible on the internet not only thanks to live streams that we are watching right now, but thanks to edited video materials as well. So go to the FMJD YouTube channel, subscribe it, and follow the videos. Every day you can see 1 or 2 new videos published to the viewers. Yesterday the videos were interview with Victoria Motrichko and Władysław Splendor, and interview with me. Maybe someone would like to hear what I had to say, and it lasted for 14 minutes. So many things that I wanted to say, despite the fact that I'm talking for hours right now, right here. And the day before there was 2-minute video from the opening ceremony, very great looking, very nice edited video from this ceremony, and the interview with Misan's family. As you can see, there are many drafts families in the world. Alesia Misane right now, previously Olesia Abdulina, wife of Robert Misans, both were great players while they were playing drafts. So Lesia is now a trainer, a coach in a Latvian school, draft school that they organized. And Roberts, as you can see, is a great organizer and general secretary of FMJD, doing amazing job, amazing work, and organizing such a beautiful, great events like this. I know that Roberts, people like Roberts are the future of drafts, and absolutely with this attitude, with these ideas, you should run this organization. And it's great, absolutely. Thing to admire and clap down and congratulate. Has Łukasz Kosobuski already finished his game? Yep. And luckily, like we mentioned, there was a draw. Łukasz Kosobuski played a draw in totally lost position. Really luckily for him. What other interesting results do we have? For example, Simon Harmsma won against Marco de Koning, who was close to play a draw against Rulbumsra in the first round of the tournament. Yuri Bobkov defeated Renard Helfrets from Latvia, so he is coming back with this result to the upper side of things. Ron Heusdens defeated Raymond Millers. So after being defeated by Jan Groenendijk, he comes back and will be probably on live boards. Or maybe today also he was. Just looking at the way he won. Oh, maybe there was some simple mistake by his opponent, who sacrificed a piece without a reason, maybe? Interesting. Totally interesting thing. Martin versus Gunters. How are you doing, guys? Martin decided to play, maybe just update Natalia's position, dead move and going to 37. Definitely Natalia could find another lines that were to win much faster in more calm way, but after all, right now nothing will change, and even if it will last a little bit longer, then Natalia should win this game. In some moments of the game, it's not about finding always absolutely the best lines, the best moves. You have to value and judge the time required to make those decisions and save some time and be 100% sure that you will win this game. And I believe that Natalia's decisions were just made rationally, just to save time and knowing that there is a win position and follow the deadlines. And after all, even if she will be sitting half an hour longer near the board, after all, winning just explains everything, and it will be Victoria maybe who will be suffering the more exhaustment from the longer game, but gaining 0 points after all. Not Guntis, but Gunters. Eisendorn, Gunters, and Martin played, this move, 48-42. Gunters is down to 2 minutes 20 seconds. 2 minutes 20 seconds. He may be afraid of the small combination because this is the best move, and there is a combination like this, but it's absolutely a draw one. 4 exchanged for 4 pieces, but give a piece back and go to a king. Just a draw. Maybe if you would play here, then you would lose because of this attack. And now going here. And this is something that you cannot win because of this idea. And here, only here. And after this. And after this, you block the king on the main diagonal, and after this, you simply exchange it 1 for 1. In Poland, its name, this idea name, endgame in endgame as scissors. Maybe you know any other name of this idea. Guntar's played here, and maybe this move is creating a chances to Martin. Martin has 1 minute 40 seconds, and Guntar's has 2 minutes 47 seconds. 2 games to go. Natalia Sadowska. What Natalia have you played here? Natalia has played here. Still, this one does not work because of that move, and always the king will come here and be captured. And no other ways to attack the pieces. And even if Victoria will play something like this, then the road is open for this piece. So Natalia is trying at every strength that she has not to lose any additional piece, just to make it absolutely safe to win this game. Absolutely safe to win this game. And that's the way, that's the attitude. Just cover the most safe way as only you can. Polska Górą, Martin Banaszek. That's right. Eriks, perhaps you could add an interesting information about players. Perhaps you could ask players what they would be, what they would like to tell you, your stream followers. For that, maybe interviews prepared by Roberts are prepared. Obviously, during the stream, I can talk about something, etc. But about time outside rounds, when I'm not streaming, it will be difficult for me to engage more time in preparation, during this tournament, because we are not living in one hotel. We are just in separate hotels. I don't know where everybody lives. In my hotel, I believe I live only by myself. So it's impossible to get even players because they finish games, they are going to their hotels, and I don't see them, only behind the scenes while we are not streaming few minutes before the game or just during the game. And this is the time that I don't want to interrupt players. What they would like to tell your stream followers. But I can ask Robert to add this question to the interviews of players. Any of them should be proud of something else besides drafts. Absolutely they are. I think they are. It will be great to hear their achievements in other areas of life, or not even achievements, just some wants reading books, some running, some climbing, etc. Those are the things that absolutely should be asked on the interviews, Eric's, I guess. And I think that those are the things that are being asked during the interviews, or maybe not. Have you watched them, maybe? Maybe you know something? Okay. Victoria has played to 19. It was the move number 60 of the game, so it's quite a long one. And Martin van Eisendorn, Guntar Spurwinsch after this move was played. I guess this one, yeah, this one, this is still the best. And this one, it's a draw, it's a still draw. Sometimes I say about that, once you are putting your pieces in the line, it's a good solution if you have one piece less against your opponent, or just passive position, many times less. Put the pieces in the line, and once most of the pieces are in the line against other pieces in the line, then most of the time as well the game is just a draw. And this is the position. And now it's enough to go here. And it's a draw. Here, here, and here. Even here, and after this you can sacrifice a piece and go. So the question is when gentlemen will agree for this draw. Then start to collect information outside tournaments and tell this info when there is a stream. What informations would be interesting for you? Tell me, please. Start collecting information and have a file on all players, like all secret service. It comes with a base. It should be follows with a base. It's absolutely nice to have one. And yes, it's a great idea, absolutely, to have one. And once the streams will be planned with some time of preparation, then absolutely it's a great idea, and I will do it. To look for information, to say more statistics, etc., etc. During this tournament, unfortunately, we didn't have much time to prepare because I didn't even know that I will come here, and it was the matter of last day before the tournament, and you know, this target of this event is just to show you that it is possible to make streams from the entire tournament, all the games, and do it in a nice quality with the cameras from the game hall, etc. And it can be done well, and other tournaments are just to improve, and everything will be just to improve and do more things like you would like to see. Natalia. So Natalia decided to play here, I guess, and after attack she escaped. Nothing changes. She is just pushing pawn forwards, we would say, in chess games. Yeah, but for the next year you have plenty of time. Absolutely, Eric, you are right. This is the right direction. This is the good direction. I forgot of my coffee. Now it's cold, but still good. We can talk on many topics that are not related to drafts if you would like. Of course, drafts is the main core of our streams, but many times once you will get involved on chat to talk with me, we can discuss many different topics, everything we can discuss about it. And I like that, something like that on the streams. It is absolutely possible. On my Polish language streams, many times I have spoken about absolutely different and sometimes even strange topics with the viewers, and that's the way that we can spend this time. What I would like to hear is what are the hobbies, where they work, how many hours of sleep they need, favorite drink, just entertaining information. Sure. So you would like just to know them better, yeah, from other parts of life. Absolutely understandable. And logic and nice. Okay, so Guntars didn't choose to attack here, he went here. And Martin sacrificed, and there is an attack. It comes to the same. Just here, and it will be equal. Natalia, after Victoria's going to 35, goes to 28. What is she preparing right now? Maybe just merge of this piece. She's a bit stressed, 33, 39. Always you don't have much time to play. It is stressful. It is stressful. And what? We don't see how much time do they have, but while Martin is having less than 1 minute and Purvin's Guntar's also not much, because 2 minutes, then the games will be ended soon. Bogdan Bańkowski. Moja propozycja tematu. Szacuj, ile osób musiałoby skoczyć z Pałacu Kultury, żeby uformowała się już taka góra osób, żeby następna, która skoczy, przeżyła. No. A wiecie, że tutaj w Rydze jest taki Pałac Kultury? Niektórzy mówią tylko ładniejszy, chociaż mi się ten nasz bardziej polski podoba. Life motto, for example, like Michał says to me, never give up, keep fighting. Never give up, keep fighting. Okay, Natalia plays to 11. She has to somehow improve with the position and push the pieces further. Will there be that move now? Martin played something like here, 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 and went here. Is he trying somehow to win this still? This is winning after this, but I guess that this is the only trick that Martin can use now. This is the only trick, because even, okay, without this move it still would be possible. Natalia progressed with this piece. So what is your life motto, Damian? Eric's, my motto is there are always variants, options to choose for your actions. So whatever happens, you need to make a decision. Always remember that there are variants as in drafts. Maybe my one will be similar to you, because you know I'm sure that there is no point in getting used to a good way of things happening, because everything good can turn into something bad, and it's normal part of life. There are always issues, always problems, and if you accept it before it happens, then it's much easier for you if it appears finally. And I guess that it's the way of living, you know, just accept the fact that the bad things will happen, problems will appear. It's normal part of life. You have to just solve them. You have to just adapt. Something like this is important to me, and I don't know how to put it in one sentence motto, for example, but it's the way of living that I want to follow. And what is your Marta? Maybe you will share it. I'm in contact in Michał every day. He's a great guy and very cool player. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Absolutely. Okay, the pieces are set already in the game between Martin and Guntar, so the game is drawn. It means that it's amazing result, amazing tournament from Guntar's Purvinsh, making 3 draws with a top-class grandmasters. Very congrats to you Latvian fans and to you Latvian players and to you Guntar's Purvinsh for this performance so far in this tournament. I hope your class of playing will be held by you, and you will keep on pointing against great players, and absolutely deserved point in this game. So the last one to see and follow is the one that Natalia is playing against Victoria. There was this move, this, and this. Okay. So slowly Natalia is pushing her pieces to the other kings, and we are closer and closer to the moment where Victoria will give this game up. 88 beats of the heart per minute, 87 for Victoria, and stress about 40–50% in this game. In final moments of the 5th round of the Riga Open 2022 International World Cup tournament, Natalia Sadowska, after 4 hours and 20 minutes of this game, is really close to a victory. Sorry for my French. I agree with you, Damian. Shit will come to you sooner or later, so you have a clear mind to deal with it. And sorry for my words also, but I was just reading it loud, what Eric said. It's his fault. So you have a clear mind to deal with it, and there are variants to deal with it. That's right, problems will come. Everyone faces problems, different problems, and just adapt, just accept it and adapt to the situation. This is the way of not being depressed and not being shocked with how the things go, because you can't predict everything in your life, and also you can't secure for everything in your life. There was just this nice story that can be translated to many different parts of the life. Like a guy is coming into the bus, and after that he is just validating the first ticket, and then the second ticket, and then the third ticket. And some other guy from the bus is asking, why do you need 3 tickets? Because, you know, once I will lose my first ticket, then I have the second one, and while I will lose 2 of them, then I have still the third one. And he is asking, okay, I understand you are securing for many different possibilities, but what if you will lose all 3 tickets? Oh, then I have the monthly ticket as well. And this is the story about how not possible is to secure for everything in your life, because things that are not predictable can happen, and you have to just adapt and accept it. A little bit of life philosophy here. Meanwhile, what has happened here? Natalia played that move. What? Is this how it was? No. Was it a draw for a second? It's not. I don't see it right now. Tell me, was that the position? I don't think so. But if it was, and Victoria played here, Natalia here, still winning, but maybe I lost one move while I was talking. But if the position was like this, there is a... What? 9-13. No, something is wrong here. Something is wrong here. Why scan is showing that this is the draw position? And after the move it is showing immediately lost for black. Difficult to understand. Anyway, position right now is still winning and safe for Natalia. And she is going further with the pieces. Damian, try to read Black Swan by Nicholas Nassim Taleb and Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. Thank you very much for these recommendations. And Black Swan, I've watched the movie with Natalie Portman. This is the story, I guess. The second one I don't recognize. Thinking Fast and Slow. I don't recognize this one. We're close to pass how many minutes of the stream? 4 hours, each hour 60 minutes, which is 240 minutes, and then additional 30 minutes gives you 270 minutes of the stream, and still waiting for Wiktoria Motriczka to give up this game, but attitude of just being fighting till the end pays off sometimes, but not this time, because Victoria is losing with a simple catching idea from Natalia using the majority capture rule, because now the dark king has to capture 3 pieces, and then Natalia takes it finally. It means that Natalia is a single leader of the Women's World Cup Riga Open 2022 tournament. Congrats, and I think that all the Polish viewers who are still sitting and waiting for Natalia to win are satisfied with the result, because it's something great. Absolutely. No, Black Swan is just a movie. It's about events that you can't predict. Okay, nothing to do with Portman and Bullet. Okay, I understand. It's well. Thank you very much to everyone who joined today's stream. We are back tomorrow from 9:30 Latvian time and 8:30 Polish time. We'll be on FMJD YouTube channel and warcaby channel, on Twitch, Checkers Television, and Facebook, Latvian Drafts Federation, FMJD, and Group International Riga Open International Tournament. Remember to follow and subscribe FMJD YouTube channel, because other edited videos are to be published, some interviews, some other materials. Meanwhile, thank you. If you consider to pay something, make a donation to the Ukrainian Fund, Solidarity Fund, I will be totally appreciating it. Feel free to do it at any time, not only during the stream. Thank you for today. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.